Good evening, everyone. It's now 6:30. We're going to start the special committee of the whole. First, start off just by acknowledging that we are gathered here on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish people, specifically the Lekwungen speaking people known today as the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nations, that their connections to this land continues to this day. Also, just want to note that these proceedings are being video recorded, live streamed and video recorded for future viewing. And as a committee of the whole, it'll be a little less formal than a council meeting. We're really starting our 2020 strategic planning and budgeting process here tonight. So this will help provide some foundational work to help guide staff's work to bring back information for council for consideration as over the next 2 months. That's the sum of my comments. So I believe I'm going to hand this over to Ms. Varela, and you will give it to staff at this point to do a presentation. And I believe Ms. Bay is going to do the first piece, but
yeah,
welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Actually, the Director of Strategic Initiatives is really carrying the load tonight. Again, with staff's commitment to continued improvement, I think this again is another big step forward for the district this year with regards to strategic planning and budgeting and having more robust discussions around those processes. So I'll hand this over to Sina, and thank you in advance because I know how much work this has been. So thanks.
Welcome, Ms. Bay.
Thank you very much. We're here today, not just me as the Director of Strategic Initiatives, but as a full-on leadership team. As I have my colleagues here as well, because this is a group presentation and a group effort getting us to this point. So together we're here to support you in the review of your priorities. Council's review of priorities is part of the annual service planning cycle that you see featured here on the slide. The first part of that cycle involves setting aspirations, and really that's what the official community plan does, that the whole community is involved in. And it's also something that shows up in strategic planning and in council's priorities. And together those documents and that piece of information guides really all of municipal operations, including, of course, staff's efforts. Council's priorities then determine what's included in the annual budget, so there's a clear link between council's priorities and the budget discussions that you'll be heading into here in the next weeks. What's budgeted for ultimately then shows up in staff's work plans, and staff report out on the accomplishments that happen throughout the year. And once staff have reported out, council can then adjust priorities as necessary to better deliver on council's expectations. And it's really council's review of priorities that drives that budget process, and that's where you see that return arrow featured there on the slide. So tonight's session is really all about setting the stage, as Mayor Murdoch mentioned at the outset, for the upcoming budget discussions. So tonight you'll examine council priorities and then determine whether tweaks are necessary to better deliver on your priorities. So tonight is really all about that part A shown on that diagram. If tonight you indicate a desire to remove or add projects from our to-do list, then we'll analyze the financial and staffing implications of that and report back with that information at future meetings. And that's really what's shown there on the slide as part B. And then once you review the implications and make decisions emerging from that, then we'll incorporate your directions into the financial plan. And that's really what you see shown there as part C. And that will happen in April. And that will happen through readings of the financial plan bylaw and ultimately adoption. And what you see there on the green arrow is the public input. And public input will really be possible throughout this process, but we will be actively canvassing for it over the next month, and I'll speak a little bit more about that later in the presentation. So specifically, tonight's agenda is as follows. We'll take a look at council's priorities. We'll talk a bit about the initiatives that have been completed over the course of this year. I'll talk briefly about results / metrics, and then talk a little bit about what you've already approved, the initiatives that are covered off in our corporate plan, or initiatives that you've already approved and funded, and then open it up to discussion of potential new initiatives. And then future meetings, the part B that I referred to earlier on, We'll be focusing on the protocol for taking on new initiatives. We'll provide you a bit of a financial and a risk overview, talk about organizational capacity, the resourcing implications, and then finally report out on public input. So, launching into the discussion of council priorities. These are the 5 priorities you identified following extensive strategic planning sessions at the beginning of your mandate. The 5 priority themes that are shown here were approved by Council on June 10th of last year, and specifically the themes were diverse housing, sustainable service, service excellence, quality of life, and health and resilience. You see here the service planning cycle that the district uses. We're now in the adjusting stage, and that's really the stage where you have an opportunity to adjust your priorities if you deem that to be necessary. So that's the part that's happening right now. And to support you in that, we'll be providing an overview of what's been done to advance your priorities, what's been achieved, and what's on the books for future action. Before we start to talk about the current and potential future initiatives, we'd like to acknowledge that there are underlying realities that influence what's currently on our plate and what can be tackled going forward. And you see those realities captured on the slide here. So first off, staff are of course actively working to deliver on the previous directions that you've given us. And most of those projects can't easily be stopped or in their tracks. They're well underway, many of them. Secondly, there's some financial realities, and Christopher Payne, our Director of Financial Services, is prepared to speak briefly to what some of those financial realities are.
Welcome, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, we're in the very busy time right now putting together the financial plan, and we've been careful to align as a team, all of the strategic priorities and direction that's been provided so far. And, stepping into this financial planning area, just remind Council, just even with status quo operations, there's forced growth factors which will we need to take into consideration. And if we want to continue with our asset management funding strategy, that's already a 3% tax increase and another 2% for forced growth factors. So I just wanted to sort of paint a little bit of a context at the bare minimum. If Council wishes to continue with their asset management funding increase and forced growth, there's a 5% floor right now. So we just need to keep in mind that as context when looking at adding or tweaking what's on our work plan as it is right now.
So then moving right on to the third piece of the context there, which is organizational capacity. There's of course only so many projects that the organization has the capacity to take on. So if new projects are added, some projects will either have to come off the to-do list or we'll need to add more staff. And then last but not least, there's the community expectations piece. Expectations are diverse, they're ever changing, but they tend not to decrease. So that's the part that we need to manage. So to set the stage for the review of Council's priorities, I'll briefly highlight what's currently being worked on to advance the priorities. These are really there's 3 components to what's in the corporate plan. There's the major projects that we're tackling. There's the projects that require special funding. In other words, the pieces of the budget that aren't part of our base ongoing operating budget, so initiatives that require special one-time funding. And thirdly, projects that directly relate to Council's priorities. So that's what's captured in the corporate plan. Right now, the corporate plan extends from now, well, actually from the previous year right through to the end of your mandate at the end of 2022. And the corporate plan identified 97 initiatives for us to tackle during that time period. So here's a slide that shows how our 2019 initiatives relate to Council's priorities. You can see that we have 58 projects that were identified to be started in 2019. And of those, 20 are complete and 38 are underway. So 58 is in essence of the 97 projects that are in the corporate plan are already actioned. And for further details, you can see attachment 2 of your reports that lists off the parts of that attachment that show a check mark in the column are the ones that have been completed. So on that, I'll just briefly pause here to see if there's any questions relating specifically to Council's priorities. Are there any questions specifically related to the completed initiatives before we move on? I'll kind of be pausing at the end of each little subsection here in case there's questions before we move on.
Thank you, Ms. Bay, and I'll put it back to committee members, and also just want to let people know who are in the audience if there will be opportunity towards the end of this process as we get all the information in front of us to also come forward with questions and comments. Are there any questions at this time of the committee members? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bain. I just, to follow up on the corporate plan, I didn't see the corporate plan specifically addressed in some of this presentation. I'm just wondering how that fits into this. What's the sequence for that to be represented? I think the last time we looked at it too, some suggestions were made for some changes to it. And so if you could give us a brief update on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Bay?
Yep. Through the mayor, the sequencing of our planning process is such that once council has made budget decisions as to what to finance and what not to finance, then the corporate plan will be updated with that information. So if there's new initiatives added to the list, then that will be included in the corporate plan. If council wishes to make formatting changes to the corporate plan, that's also the time that can be discussed. We did make a comment, and there's in fact a note included in the corporate plan that metrics, once they were approved by council, would also be rolled into the corporate plan. So if council were to approve the metrics that we're proposing tonight, then that would ultimately roll into the corporate plan as well. So it really, the corporate plan is the placeholder or the tool for capturing the initiatives that have been determined as being the ones that staff are being directed to pursue. So in essence, those that have been funded and resourced.
Thank you. Any other questions? Back to you.
All right, so moving on, I think the next logical question is, so all this work that has been done to date, did our work accomplish what we set out to accomplish? And that's really where the metrics come into play. And we haven't really until now had metrics by which to assess whether council's priorities were being achieved. So over the past few months, we've been working to come up with some metrics. And we're not all the way there yet, but we are making progress, and we have a proposed approach and can report out on some measures. So if council's on board with our proposed approach, then what we would do would be ensure that we're in position to report out on all the metrics by next year. So metrics by definition are something that ideally is in place for a number of years for the same metrics, because that's how you get to measure trends. 1 year does not a trend make. So some of these ones that we'll be talking about are ones where we think it will be a good measure, but we don't yet have the means by which to come up with the data. So if you agreed to the measure, then we'd put those processes in place. So coming up with good metrics isn't easy. There's a lot of factors that have to be taken into consideration when generating metrics. And here are shown on the slide are 8. There's probably more, but these are ones I think were important enough to spend a bit of time talking about. So a really good metric is readily available, so that we don't have to spend a lot of staff time gathering the data, because that could become a make-work project in itself. It'll also be timely. For example, relying on census data that's reported out every 5 years and with a 2-year delay between data capture and report out doesn't really give us the information that we need to make decisions on a year-to-year basis. And then if you also consider it has to be meaningful and helpful to decision making. So there's a lot of data that we could capture and report out fairly readily. The information is available, but maybe not particularly meaningful to decision making. It should also be reasonable, so that it should capture data that relates to matters within municipal control. So to report out on something like, I don't know, an unemployment rate, for example, that's a result of macroeconomic factors that really aren't exclusively within municipal control. So that wouldn't be a particularly good metric for us to measure. It should also be cost effective. So again, one can devote a lot of resources. I know that there's some entities that have whole staff positions dedicated just to gathering data, and with a fairly lean organization, that's not a position that we're able to, or a course we're able to pursue. It has to be, the metric ideally is consistent, so that the same metric is used year after year, because that's when you start to get meaningful data, when you can measure a trend over a period of time. And then also, ideally, it would allow for comparisons between jurisdictions, so you could start to see how are we performing compared to other jurisdictions. And then finally, a good metric should ideally have some predictive value, so that when you see the information, you have a sense of where we're heading in terms of future results by looking at that piece of information. So that's a lot to expect of a metric. In reality, most metrics won't check off all of those, but if it checks off most of those, then it's something worth having a look at. And it's actually surprisingly challenging. So I know when you look at what we propose, there may be a lot of questions about why not this, why not that, and then so staff have been through a fairly exhaustive exercise of trying to figure out what's available and what fulfills as many of these criteria as possible. So we recognize right up front they're not necessarily ideal, but they were what we could come up with given the limitations that we were facing. So metrics as a whole, really their purpose is to support potential adjustments. So I'll just maybe spend a bit of time explaining this chart here. If you have the starting point at the red triangle at the left of that chart, and you have our goal represented by the green triangle at the far right, then there's obviously a gap there between where we are right now and where we're wanting to go, assuming that the desired trend is up. In that case, you could look at, for example, the past year and say, with a particular metric, maybe our performance is fairly status quo and it's a flat line type of performance. Then seeing that that's a flat line performance and your goal is for the trend to go up, then you might want to make an adjustment now to that particular item so that you can see progress being made. And then let's just say hypothetically you make that adjustment and for another year the performance starts to look really good and then maybe flat lines again. Then you might want to consider another adjustment and so on and so forth. So that's the kind of the perfect world. Look at what a metric would allow you to do. The reality is that it's a little bit more complicated than that, because you may make an adjustment and not see immediate progress because there may be a time lag between the action that you take. And so an example of that might be, for example, the deer contraception. You apply the contraception this year or last year, you're not going to see immediate population reduction with deer. It's going to take a bit of time before you see those results. But even without any further tweaks, the fact that that contraception was applied last year should generate results eventually. So you can see there that the time lag is represented by the yellow dashed lines. Of course, the complexity here is that there can also be confounding variables. It might be labor disruptions, it might be weather changes, it might be natural disasters, it might be a change in the economic cycle. All of those kind of things can also kind of wreak havoc with progress in ways that have nothing to do with things that are directly under your control or staff's control. So there is a bit of an art to this. There's definitely a bit of savvy and wisdom required in the interpretation of the metrics. So I put that out there just as a bit of a caution. Metrics aren't the be-all and the end-all. They're one piece of information, but it doesn't replace your judgment call and other factors that are equally, if not more important. So just moving on to how we've presented the metrics. The metrics have three components to them. You can see there that the first line of identified a desired trend, it may show up in the metrics as either a downward movement, an upward movement, or a straight line movement. Determining which direction these metrics should be going is really a policy decision. That's council's decision. In the material you have before you, you'll see that staff have taken a stab at trying to identify. Some of them were being maybe presumptuous, and this is your opportunity to say, well, gee, we didn't really want public engagement to go up. We wanted it to go straight or be kind of status quo, or it's similar with a number of other items. But this is the time for you to let us know if we've misinterpreted that. And some of them you'll see that we don't really know, and it's really impossible for us to even guess where your desired direction is at this point, and there's more work that will need to be done for us to get to that point. So the second piece there is talking about the actual trend. In some cases, we've been able to report out on that because we have the information. In other cases, it's still a bit of a question mark, and that's represented by the question mark. And for those, the thought is that if council sees the metric as being of value, then we'll put in place what needs to be put in place in order to report out on that in the future. And then finally, we've in that final line, you'll see our interpretation of the result. If the desired trend is going down, and it's in fact the actual trend is that it's going down, then it'll get a big green check mark. If the desired trend is in one direction and the actual trend is another direction, we've represented that with the yellow caution triangle. So the idea really is to give you a quick way of scanning the measures to assess whether something may warrant further action. So these metrics relate really specifically to council's priorities, and it's important for me to emphasize here that these don't replace the quantitative measures that you're seeing reported on through the annual report. Our intention is still to report out on meters of sidewalks maintained, the number of responses to emergency call-outs, building permits issued. All that kind of data will still be reported out on through the annual report. So this is just an additional piece of information, and we're reporting on it now as you're about to review council's priorities, because we think that this is the time at which it's most pertinent. And that's why you'll see we've only reported on trends and not absolute data, because although we have a sense of what the trends are, it's too close to the end of the last year for us to report out absolutely on the actual numbers. But those actual numbers can still be reported out on in the annual report. So where there's a gap between the actual trend and the desired trend, it'll be important to bridge that gap if the desired trend is to be achieved. So that gap can be bridged by adjustments to policy, to regulations, to the budget, to staff's capacity, and it really, all of those are up to council to decide. So those are the council decision points, and making those decisions is what's going to carry us from the actual state to the desired state. So metrics measure how we're doing on achieving council's 5 priorities, and those 5 priorities are shown here. What's also shown here, as opposed to the earlier slides where council's priorities were shown, is that by statement, and that the words following the word by are really how council had indicated that those particular priorities would be achieved. So wherever possible, we've tried to come up with metrics that relate to those statements that start with by. I'll just highlight here why I've highlighted the reviewing and planning piece under diverse housing, and that's because for all the other council priorities, it was pretty clear to staff what the desired end state was encompassed within that by statement. And with respect to diverse housing, it was clear that more work needed to be done to determine what council's desired direction was. And the good news is that that work is already in the works, so we'll talk about that in a bit. But next up will come some slides that talk about proposed metrics for each of these council priorities. So we'll start out with diverse housing. Council identified a desire to achieve diverse housing by reviewing and planning for community needs while reflecting Oak Bay's unique character. So actual trends on each of those noted measures is stable, but the specifics on the desired trends have yet to be defined. So Council has slated some work that will provide direction on those as yet to be defined desired trends through planning processes that are underway. And this next slide features what some of that work is. And at this point, I'll just turn things over to Bruce Anderson, our Director of Building and Planning, who can explain a little bit more about what that work is.
Sorry, Councillor Green, did you have a question before we do that transfer?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor, and thank you, Sina. Just a question on housing. You have stable. Is that the state of the work on housing at the moment by the municipality, or does that take into account external forces?
So through the mayor, the performance on, so future permitted secondary suites, it's really saying the number of permitted suites that we have is stable because the policy remains that we don't have a policy allowing new suites, right? So the actual number of suites that we have, to our best of our knowledge, remains the same as it was the year prior to that. So that's really reporting on the same for the number of permits issued for upgrading older and heritage homes. That remains fairly constant from year to year. As are the number of rezoning applications for increased density, the number of new apartments, and the percentage of the new units that are townhouse and apartment. What we don't know is whether council wants to see those numbers go up or to remain stable or to go down. So that's the piece that yet needs to be defined, and that's what hopefully will come out of some of these initiatives that are about to be embarked on.
Through the mayor, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. And yes, you had the slide up there with the house on it. And I think I was handing this over to Mr. Anderson. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, those in the audience. Yes, as Ms. Bay indicated, we are in basically a stage of review and planning with respect to looking at diverse housing options in the community. And as council is aware, we have embarked on some of the work associated with that. What I will do is just indicate the key initiatives under council's priorities that we have identified and council has identified for us, and then speak briefly to where they're at. So the first would be our housing needs report. So there has been the preparation of a housing needs report, and that has been brought forward to council and is now heading toward an open house for consideration by the community, and then it would come back to council. That will basically give us a sense of our gaps in our housing needs in the community, and will provide the basis for the other work that we're doing under this council priority. The second piece that I wanted to speak to was secondary suite study. That work had commenced in 2019 and is about to continue on once we have our housing needs report presented to council. And we can start to bring forward some regulation and policy framework options to consider secondary suites in single family homes in Oak Bay as one of our attempts toward diverse housing. The other initiative that would be subsequent to the secondary suite study, and we'd want to commence in 2020, is around looking at infill housing options in neighborhoods in the community, and particularly that would look at such housing types as duplexes and triplexes, and some other forms of housing that might be potentially suitable in neighborhoods, and it would allow us to expand, I guess, the diversity of housing that we see now in the community. Another significant initiative that is in our work plan is associated particularly with more of the multifamily residential types of housing, but that's looking at village area plans and corridor plans that might help us to look at some options to consider for, like I said, the multifamily residential forms in the community. And we hope to initiate that work as well this year as part of our approach to implementing this council priority and getting ourselves some sense of what it is we look at for that desired trend on toward the metrics that have been put forward. And I guess another point to mention is that in terms of overall implementation, the zoning bylaw becomes quite critical, particularly around implementing new housing options, and that is also slated for work to be done later in council's financial plan process. So with that, I think I'll stop there.
All right, moving on to the next set of metrics. These pertain to sustainable service. With respect to the sustainable service metrics, we're proposing 2 for the time being, and then in the future we're proposing an additional 3. But Dan Horan, the district's Director of Engineering Services, will speak to the first 2 metrics there.
Welcome, Mr. Haran.
Thank you, Sina, and thank you, Chair. So the asset management program that's in place, it encompasses a whole bunch of activities that are all related to a number of things. First of all, understanding the condition and being able to, a condition of the assets that belong to the district in a wide range of areas, and being able to understand this current status of them to be able to make risk assessment, risk management plans for rehabilitation of those assets for the next 50 years or more. Other activities within the asset management program include things like developing master plans for sewer, water, storm, transportation, natural assets, and facilities, all again around taking the information that we know about the assets and coming up with the decisions about what to do about it in the future. And finally, a long-term financial plan that helps decide how to fund all that work. So all of that work, if you boil it down to some simple measures to say, are we succeeding in those efforts, is where we come up with these 2 metrics, which is the first one, percentage of assets which life cycle costs, risks, and financial viability are identified. So all of those things there, if the higher that number is, the better we know about what's happening with the assets and what the plans are going forward. And then next is, after we know the information, is the funding for that rehabilitation increasing, matching the expectation. So in this case, where we are now, we know that the funding needs to increase, which is why the trends show for both. Our understanding is not as high as it needs to be, and the funding is not as high as it needs to be, so the trends are pointing upward.
Thank you, Mr. Haran.
And then in future, with you see the dashed circles there, the future plans would be to explore the metrics relating to the sustainability of our systems and staffing and budget, because those are other pieces. So we've talked a lot about the sustainability of assets, but there are other pieces that also need to be considered in organizational sustainability. So going forward, staff suggests that the way to enhance performance on these metrics would be to continue to increase investments in infrastructure upgrades as per existing plans. With respect to service excellence, we have 5 recommended metrics. With respect to the first one, I'll speak to it because Bonnie Donnelly, our Director of Human Resources, is unable to make it tonight. But the staff engagement piece will be something that will be considered in the preparation of our human resources plan that's in the works, and something that we'll be bringing forward for Council's attention in the near future. And part of that, there is an opportunity to explore, for example, a staff engagement survey that would allow us to report out on what the actual trends are in that over the long term. With respect to the next 2 items, the percentage of initiatives completed within 110% of the planned budget and timeline. That's something where ideally we want to see the percentage of initiatives completed on time and on budget going up. And at this point, we don't have the systems in place to be able to capture that. But if this is a metric that Council was interested in, then we would in fact put in place the systems to measure that. Similarly, another metric would be the percentage of service requests responded to within a week. The desired trend there is for it to go up so that we're more responsive, and the actual trend is in fact that we are going up, so that gets a check mark. On the policies, processes, and procedures and the resident engagement, I'm going to invite Deb Hopkins, our Director of Corporate Services, to speak to those 2.
Thank you.
Ms. Hopkins.
So the desired trend for the percentage of policies, processes, and procedures updated is indicated as increasing. This is also a companion piece to our records management program that we are in the process of implementing as we find things that need updating or revising through that process. We anticipate that those will increase as we go along. And that includes things like reviewing and revising the procedure bylaw and the tree protection bylaw, and a myriad of other policies and bylaws that we have on the record. The number of residents engaged versus aware, we've made the presumption that council would like to see that increasing. We've got several things, initiatives underway, including increasing our social media platforms, increasing the number of followers we have via those platforms, and an introduction of an online engagement platform that our Director of Strategic Initiatives will refer to a little bit later.
Thank you. Ms. Bay. Oh, actually, Councillor Green, you had a question?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to Sina, and I know Ms. Donnelly isn't here this evening. How do you define staff engagement? So I think I have possibly a different interpretation of what you mean, but could you just give me an idea of what you mean? I'm assuming staff activities to sustain the operation, but could you define it for me? Thank you.
Ms. Bay.
So staff engagement, often an organization will conduct a staff engagement survey in terms of there's a number of measures that are involved in determining how engaged staff is. There is some science to that, and it is a specialized field of expertise. So the proposal there that Ms. Donnelly would likely be bringing forward would be the hiring an external survey agency to conduct a staff survey on standardized engagement measures, and then you kind of develop an engagement score from that as per best practices. So the exact details, I'm sorry, I'm not an HR expert, so I hesitate to comment on that, but I know that the instrument would be through a survey, and that is some of what would be dealt with as part of the consideration of the HR plan.
And
Ms. Varela?
just to add to that, thank you, Your Worship, that Ms. Donnelly will be talking about the components of the HR plan, because again, that's a multifaceted project, of which engagement is only one piece. So we will be bringing back a more fulsome discussion on that for council in this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So going forward, staff suggests that the way to enhance performance on these metrics would be to continue to increase service excellence and to better track performance, and including preparation of an HR plan, as Ms. Varela mentioned. We'll be coming back with further details on that. With regards to quality of life, we're proposing these 4 measures. Start out by speaking to the first one. The DEAR, the desired trend there, we're presuming, is to see the number go down. We've got a question mark there with regards to the actual trend, just because we need at least 2 years worth of data to be able to report on a trend. At this point, we have information from 2019 as part of the DEAR program that we've been running, and so once we've got data from 2020, then we'd be able to compare the 2 years and report on a trend. But the good news is that we have a sense now, at least, of what the baseline is, so we can deliver on that one going forward. With respect to trees, I'll invite our Director of Parks and Recreation and Culture to comment on that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, municipal trees replaced and trees removed. That's a net of those 2 things on municipal property, which is an area that we're doing well in. I think we're aware that our challenge is to get trees planted on private property, but we don't have a mechanism in place yet to be able to come up with that number, particularly the planted ones on private property. We know the removals, but as far as what's going in and what's being removed on public property, that's what that metric represents.
And then moving on to the...
Well, let's just go to the end. Go ahead, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Ney, if you had a question for Mr. Furman.
Yeah, just very quickly. I was just wondering, in terms of the quality of life, if the arts program, if there's anything to reflect culture in that domain.
Why don't we come back to suggestions of other options at the end of all of this, and then we'll tackle it all at once. It's probably the simplest thing. Yeah, Councillor Zilka.
Thank you very much, Chair. For Director of Parks and Recreation and Culture. Relating to the trees metric, you said it's net on public lands. I understand the new tree protection bylaw is to focus also on private lands. Would it make sense to have one of each for the public, one for public, one for private going forward? Just out of curiosity.
Mr. Herman?
Through the chair, certainly if we can come up with a way to get the number of trees planted on private property, that'd be great. I think you're largely going to be dependent on anything you'd come up with on self-reporting by residents. We could do that. Try to put something in place. We don't have anything in place as of right now, and it'll only be as good as the information that goes into that and how well people report that. But if that's something council would like to see, we can certainly try to implement that.
Thank you. Ms. Bay?
Thank you. Moving on to the number of archives digitized, that's something Deb Hopkins will be in a position to comment on.
Ms. Hopkins?
Thank you. So our archives is a thriving place that's providing a number of benefits to the community. And one of their major initiatives is the digitization and transcription of archives. And what's really great about that is that it's taking things like physical photographs and digitizing them. So in addition to photographs, there could be oral histories that have been captured, appraisal cards that are handwritten, what that essentially does is it improves the access to the public of being able to access these online or digitally, and it also preserves the archive itself from additional handling. And so the volunteers and our archivists have been hard at work. They've been doing a number of items. I think they went from 2,100 in 2018 to 3,000 in 2019 to give you an idea of the scale. And they are continuing to predict that will increase with more planned projects. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. I can keep going. It's very, it's such a great project, and there's so much enthusiasm for it.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Ms. Bay?
Moving on to volunteer hours, you'll see there that there's several subcomponents to those volunteer hours: Oak Bay Rec Center, the archives, and Oak Bay Volunteer. There's different directions from each of those. I'll just briefly comment on the Oak Bay Volunteer Services, since there's no one here from their agency to directly comment on that, but I did reach out to them, and they did indicate that their hours are going up, and although Oak Bay Volunteer Services is not directly a municipal operation, they are supported by the municipality and directly related to the volunteer hours metric there, so we chose to report on that. As you'll see, the archives hours are going up, and Ray Herman, our Director of Recreation, our Parks, Recreation and Culture, can comment to the rec center numbers.
Mr. Herman?
Thank you, Your Worship. And that refers to parks and basically the department as a whole. We are slightly down, basically on the park side. I think everybody is well aware of the excellent work that Margaret Lidke of Friends of Uplands Park does in organizing volunteer efforts in the park. She actually took a little bit of a holiday in the spring, and that will show you her impact when she went away for a while. The number of school visits to the park was down, and that's where we're down a little bit. Not substantially, but enough to suggest that we're down in hours compared to the year before.
Thank you. Councillor Green?
Through you, Mayor, to whoever is in charge of volunteers, sorry. I just noticed that we haven't included our committees and commissions, who are also staffed by volunteers. Is there any reason for that, or can you just comment on that? Thank you.
Ms. Rella?
So one of the things that really is available, and we report out in the annual report, I believe, is the number of meetings that we have. Membership, the numbers are public knowledge, but if council wanted staff to turn their head to some level of analysis with this, we could possibly come back with at least suggestions to see what is workable. But some of it is largely covered off in the annual report, but we can always look if council wants more info.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
Yes, just a comment. I do think that the volunteers that we engage with and appoint to our committees and commissions add to the quality of life in Oak Bay. And and conversely, their involvement with the municipality adds to their quality of life, I think. So I think it's a very healthy two-way relationship. So it would be good if we could reflect them somewhere under quality of life. That's just my feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bay?
Thank you. You'll see the dashed line around the fifth metric there, which is dollars invested in community amenities. We thought that would be perhaps a valuable thing to measure with the desired trend of going up. At this point, we don't have the information to be able to report on it, but if it was something you saw to be of value, then we would pursue that. So,
Councillor Zelka had a question?
Yes, if I may. Thank you very much. Relating to the item just mentioned, the value of amenities, is the intention that this would capture the art component of culture in addition to other aspects? I presume from the developers or from the particular community amenities contributions.
through the mayor, it could absolutely, yes.
Wonderful. And if I may follow up?
Of course.
With respect to volunteer hours, capturing that, I think is a great suggestion from Councillor Green. But the issue of capturing the volunteers for the emergency program might have to finally be resolved. Are they volunteers or aren't they? And where do they fit in our committees and commissions and boards? I think they're in, but we'll have to figure that out, I guess, in terms of these numbers. Thank you.
Conversation for a different day. Thank you. Ms. Bay?
And on the quality of life path forward is anticipating that staying the course investments and plans are likely to yield results in the following year. So we're not seeing any major cautions on the quality of life front. Moving on to the last set of metrics with regards to health and resilience, we have 4 metrics to report out on. With respect to the first one, the seismic items, our fire chief, Darren Hughes, is prepared to comment on that one.
Chief Hughes?
So within the district are only seismically upgraded building, of course, is the fire station that was upgraded in 2004. I can speak to Windsor Park briefly, but again, because of the zone that it's in, tsunami inundation zone and whatnot, as well as the soil conditions there, we wouldn't be looking at that facility. The fire station upstairs is wood frame, so there weren't any renovations done at that time, and it wasn't the upgrade in 2004 to the fire station wasn't post disaster. It was really to simply keep the fire station from falling down on the apparatus. Whether or not it will be post disaster ready is very difficult to predict. It would really depend on the magnitude of the seismic event. I don't know if the police chief wants to speak to the police side.
You spoke earlier, you can speak, you got your mic open.
I've spoken with the police chief. It is a wood frame building with a brick facade on the police station, and again, that facility again has not been upgraded at all, and would be definitely would be in a poor position in a seismic event. The rest of our structures, public works, the council chambers, they're all cinder block, and they'd be expected to fail in a significant seismic event.
So everything's fine? Yeah, okay, good. Ms. Bay?
Moving on to the number of business licenses, Director of Building and Planning can comment to that.
Mr. Henderson?
Thank you. Yes, as indicated on the screen, what we are seeing is a desired trend around increasing the number of business licenses, but also an actual trend that we have seen in the recent year that we've been looking at this. And I just wanted to mention as well that business licenses do have a component of business license renewals as well as new applications. So we're hoping to work on ensuring that we can sort of break those measures out as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then moving on to recreational facilities, Director of Parks and Recreation, Ray Herman.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Your worship, members of council, the total visits to facilities and parks is something that we haven't got historical data on for everything. We certainly have really good data on program registration and general admission attendance. What we did this year is really put some effort into coming up with a number for rentals and also special event attendance. And then we haven't captured just passive attendance, you know, people walking through the parks or coming to watch a hockey game or what have you. But just to let you know the work that staff put together, we came up with a number that they're very proud of, and that's 1.2 million visits to our facilities and parks in 2019, which is a pretty impressive number, I think, for a community of our size. And I think it also speaks to when we talk about capacity issues, you know, that amount of activity in the facilities requires a lot of staff time to put on programs to facilitate a lot of the activity and certainly to clean up after them. So, but we're very happy with that number and hope to see it increase next year.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
And then on the last item, it's not my area of expertise, but I have high-level information to report on this one. Our goals has been a 33% reduction from 2007 levels by the end of 2020. And by the end of 2019, it was estimated that we had reduced greenhouse gas emissions by almost 42%. So quite a significant achievement ahead of the anticipated dates. So good performance on that front. Then going forward, continued progress can be made by investing in systems and people to increase community health. And also importantly, to increase district resiliency, it will be critical to enhance our focus on enhancing seismic resiliency of district infrastructure. As just alluded to, there's an area there that requires some additional attention. So we're proposing that could start with a facilities master plan in 2021, which you'll see in the package that we're proposing. So before I move on to talking about planned and potential new initiatives, do you have any questions or comments on the proposed metrics? Anything you'd like to see added or taken away or changed?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a number of comments and questions at this point. Certainly, if there's any suggestions, we can just use. People can tackle any of the options 1 through 5 here as I see fit. So, I thought I saw a hand there. No, Councillor Patterson, the Councillor Nay.
Thank you, Mayor, and to staff on this. I think one of the things that I sometimes find confusing and comments that I certainly get from the community is that there have been over a number of years now, some reports that were done and were approved by various councils. Certainly the OPUS and the Moore Architects on Sustainable Service. There was Age-Friendly Communities, Complete Streets, just a number of programs that the public had a voice in. And what is more difficult to see is what has carried forward from those projects over the year, what has been taken, how they tie into this, what successes we're having on achieving some of the goals of those reports. And I don't know how we capture that, but I think it would be very good to be able to come back to some of it.
Okay, are there any? Take it as a comment. Councillor Nay, then Zelka, then Appleton.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. To staff, so just some of my comments are a little picky, but I was just curious how some of these decisions are being made, and I really appreciate. Thank you for the overview, because I appreciate the trying to bring this down and coming up with certain metrics, but not others must be very challenging. So, and then what metric to use and whatnot. So in that context, I'm going to ask this question. First of all, under diverse housing, under zoning applications, you're proposing to look at percentage, not number. I'm just curious. How did you decide on percentage as opposed to number of zoning applications?
Mr. Anderson, probably.
Yeah,
How is that meaningful? Is
I,
kind of what
I
was
think
wondering.
it's probably, again, when we're sort of looking at going forward, it's perhaps a little bit easier to look at a year-over-year percent change
Yeah.
rather than, 13 versus 10. It's probably as simple as that, but typically on these types of metrics, we usually do use a sort of a percent
Okay.
approach. It's a
Okay.
little bit more common.
Okay. And then under new apartment, is there any value in distinguishing between a condo versus a rental apartment, or is that getting too picky?
I think if I may, if we look at what the measure or metric is attached to, it's basically the village area plans and do we end up with policy direction and implementation that leads us to having new multifamily residential, which is the general, and apartments, I think it's probably slicing it a bit too fine to sort of measure what those village area plans may produce in terms of increases in multifamily residential.
And then a question I was asking earlier about the public art and how culture is represented somewhere in these metrics. And Councillor Zelka asked the question about the value of amenities. Is that really the metric that is going to help us have some indication about what's going on in the area of culture arts in our community?
I'm not sure who to give that one to.
Mr. Herman, I guess, through you, Mayor.
I'll go to Ms. Bay first. Who do you want to? I'll let you direct it at this point. It might be culture does fall under Mr. Herman, so we can go there if you wish.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think part of the reason we're here is to find out if we've missed something, if there's something that you want to see on here. This was certainly from our department's perspective. There's lots of things we can measure. We're not sure if we've put forward what you want to see. So on the cultural side, if there are things that you think are not represented here, we'd want to know that.
Well, so I don't know how the council feels, but I would like to see something under quality of life that helps us understand what's happening in terms of our cultural program development. It wouldn't really fully capture what is going on in the community. I'd like to see something like that. Others in the council.
All right, we'll put our heads to that and think about what maybe some possible metrics that would actually work. So let's think about that list of whatever 8 or 10 tick boxes makes these hard. Ms. Bay, you had a comment?
I just also want to just remind that the annual report will continue to report out on the sheer numbers kind of considerations. So the amount of money that's been spent on public art, maybe the number of new installations of public art, the number of programs, the number of building permits, all those kind of things. These aren't intended to be a replacement of these. And I also like to highlight, it's not about the number of metrics that we have. Inherently, if we choose only like 20 or 30 metrics to report on that relate specifically to council's priorities, then we'll always be, by very definition of trying to reduce it to something that's digestible, be missing out a whole lot of things. And so I think the critical thing to consider here is what is most important to you in evaluating the council priorities, because that's the task that's before you tonight. And that's what we really tried to turn our head to what the council's priorities were, and that little the statement underneath each of those that said by doing X, Y, and Z, because that's the direction that you had given us to implement on. So we will absolutely still be reporting on all manner of things. They've got well over 100 different items in the annual report, and so you will have that information. And certainly, even now, looking into this, there's a possibility of referencing that last annual report and making your decisions here. It's difficult for us to report out on such quantitative levels at this so soon to the end of that last year is really what it amounts to, because a lot of those year-end reports and so forth haven't been tabulated yet. But if we were to come back and say, we can't give you anything on council metrics until 2 months from now, that wouldn't be useful to the decision that you're having to make now. And so that's really what we weighed as we're trying to figure out what can we give you, and really thinking about quality rather than quantity of metrics, because a lot of staff effort goes into reporting on these. That's in addition to what was previously reported on. So this is all a new level of staff effort that hasn't been done in the past with the same staff as you've had in the past. So that's really what we're trying to do, is be as efficient with these metrics as possible. I don't know if that addresses some of the concerns, but I think it's important to put out there.
No, I appreciate that. So thank you for affirming that context in which we're working. I have one final comment, though, but I'm just wondering if staff could, through you, Mayor, speak to the issue of greenhouse gas emissions, and in the context of Council affirming a climate emergency and setting up a climate action committee. I appreciate that the GHGs for district operations are reported out. And I'm just wondering if, as we move forward and implement more initiatives to reduce our GHGs in our non-district operations, if there's any value or if it's worth the effort to document. I think it's a kind of complicated formula, but I'd just like you to speak to that if you could, about the decision around putting a metric like that in or not.
Ms. Bay, I think there was a conversation on this on Facebook recently.
It's certainly something that crossed my mind, putting together these and thinking it's more than just about district emissions. It's about community emissions as well. It really comes down to a challenge of the availability of the data, and it's not something that we have access to. And if we were to generate that, there would probably be so many assumptions as to start to really question the validity of the data. I think I'd be uncomfortable speculating about it because of the number of assumptions that would have to go into an estimate like that. So that's really what it boiled down to. I think there's absolutely an acknowledgement that the community greenhouse gas footprint is even larger than the municipalities, and by all rights we should be reporting on it, but it's something that even the province has had a hard time tabulating and reporting out on with significant more resources than we have at our hands. So.
Thank you. And I might just, if we can leave that lingering, because I think it's a very legitimate question that probably does speak to the success of our overall approach. If not to put Councillor Appleton on the spot, but if that community climate change action working group comes, has some suggestions for ways of adding metrics on any of that regional front, that would be, we can consider that if they have a recommendation for it, but we'll just leave it at that point. If they do, then we'll consider that as part of our metrics. And if there isn't an agreeable way of doing that, then we'll leave it for now. Okay, thank you very much. I have Councillor Zelka next.
Thank you very much, Chair. And forgive me if I'm catching up to the agenda. I may have some questions that related to some previous questions, so hopefully it's not all over the map. I'll try and keep it in order, as in order presented. The first question had to do with existing initiatives, and I just wanted to briefly move back to that earlier question, if I may. Sorry, my spirit just finally caught up with my body, so here I am. I wanted to ask about, if I may, apparently we've completed the water master plan. And the reason I'm asking about this is that it may affect some of the some of the suggestions that I have going forward. I was wondering if I could just have a very brief overview of that, very brief, in
Mr.
the area of sustainable services. S7.
Through the chair, in 2019, we had a task that went out to a consultant to complete a water master plan, and yes, that deliverable was received, and and it was a successful program. There's more work to be done around additional assessments and planning for the future, and it to feed into an asset management plan or a capital improvement plan around water.
Thank you. If I may continue. One other item I just wanted to ask about, again relating to the first question, is SE22, upgrading of Tempest.net. It's part of Service Excellence. Apparently that was also completed. And the question I'm asking is that, is this essentially the components that are ready to put up on the web, for example?
Mr. Payne.
Through your worship, no, unfortunately, it's not improved functionality. It's really a security patch. There's a certain platform that is no longer appropriate for security, and so we needed to migrate away from that.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Now, if I could just move to a next question. And this would be more of a general question. I see that our strategic priorities are ordered numbers 1 through 5. I just wanted to ask staff, is the intention is that the priority 1 is the most important and priority 5 is the least important? Or is it more of a circular thing where it
Ms.
basically...
Varela, I think I know the answer to this question.
Your Worship, so we actually had that discussion last year, but it is worth noting again, Councillor Zelka, that those are not, they aren't prioritized over each other. Staff, based on council direction, is advancing all of those priorities, so it isn't a case of it being in a sequential or priority order.
And it heartens me to hear that, and it was very interesting walking into council chambers at the beginning of this year and found that I've been moved in an appropriate way. I think the mayor is trying to swap people around so that we have a different chance to see things from a different perspective. I now have to turn this way instead of that way, but I get closer to the seat of power in some ways. But it doesn't really mean anything. But it does provide a new way of looking at it. So from a place of community expectations, which I guess was the 5th year that rolls through the financial realities, organizational capacity, community expectations. One of the things I've been hearing is that, gosh, the first priority is ensure diverse housing options. Isn't that the first priority from previous mandates? So we may either have a communication issue in that with respect to the engagement of the public, they don't understand that they're all the same level, at least the people that I'm hearing, and that it's not actually ranked from 1 to 5. Or we may want to actually consider mixing this up in the same way that council was mixed up. I'm not proposing taking any of these off the table, but possibly reordering them. So I would just put that forward to see whether council at the appropriate time might be interested in possibly reordering or renumbering. Maybe even alphabetical.
Ms. Varela?
Your Worship, just a comment from staff. So if it is a communication piece that council feels is necessary to clarify, we have talked about it in open forum, that those aren't prioritized in any sequential order. But having to go back and redo graphics for the sake of representing them in no particular order would be something staff would caution against, because we've got those in a number of documents. It would be backtracking quite a bit. So unless council actually found that to be significant effort they wanted staff to take on, which of course we'd be happy to do if that's a direction, it just would be considered a bit of a backtrack. But I think we could definitely do some pieces around communication.
And now I think I finally have caught up to where we are in the agenda. So thank you for allowing me to catch up here. With respect to the metrics, and thank you also for your suggestions of what might be going forward. On the diverse housing, really, to try and keep the cost to a minimum, it seems to me that the hard and fast metrics are expensive to get actual hard numbers, which is why some of these numbers might end up being proxy measures, which basically indicate a trend but don't indicate an actual value that you can necessarily rely on. So with that in mind, I see where many of the existing metrics are put in place, but around diverse housing, I would suggest for council's consideration something along the line, something that might measure either a population increase or maybe a number of net unit increase. For example, we now have this new house, this new building going on coming on stream at Cabra Bay and Bowker, adding 44 units, if I remember correctly. So that might be an indication of a density improvement with respect to the number of units. We have heard a concern about how population has been going down in Oak Bay, or at least staying steady-ish over the last number of decades. I don't know whether we want to measure population or whether we can, or simply measure maybe the number of units added or net units added as a potential proxy measure for seeing how we're doing on that diverse housing.
Ms. Bay, you had I know the population is difficult because of the time lag, but...
Yeah. As mentioned by Mayor Murdoch, there is a time delay in the absolute population. That the census is only undertaken every 5 years, and with a 2-year delay, it would be difficult to know what the denominator would be in that case from year to year if we were to look at the units per population, for example. But we can certainly relate it in other ways. The geographic area of Oak Bay doesn't change from year to year, so if there's an interest in measuring density, for example, we could do that, number of units per hectare or things like that stay stable. If the concern is to have kind of something to relate that changing housing unit to, then I would recommend something that we could reliably report out on an annual basis, and then perhaps look at those other considerations as we get the census data, but that would be a much larger chunk of time between report outs.
Thank you.
Yeah, that seems reasonable, and also it's really a proxy measure. I mean, we may be going from 5 people per house to 1 person per house, so terrible on the population side, but at least we have the number of units going up, so a sense of density, but not necessarily population, which might be good enough with respect to what we're trying to achieve in diverse housing. I wanted to touch upon 1 or 2 suggestions also in the area of climate. Would this be an appropriate place to throw them in?
Yep.
Again,
for suggestions.
Again, there are suggestions. Again, proxy measures, hopefully easier maybe than direct measures. Of the total number of vehicles that Oak Bay owns, District of Oak Bay owns and operates, including the police and fire, maybe a percentage number of vehicles that are non-fossil fueled. And here I want to congratulate the police for taking on the electric vehicle, and a metric like that might potentially help capture a number that I would hope would see the percentage increasing. Decreasing percentage of non-fossil fuel, or percentage that is, well, I'm trying to capture something that's not necessarily electric. Who knows? It might be some other power will come up in the future, but at least non-fossil fueled. That's one idea. The 16-year-old girl from Sweden, Thunberg, thank you very much. She introduced me to the concept of a greenhouse gas budget. A predefined budget that nations and organizations and maybe even districts need to consider ahead of time, and then see how much of that budget would then get used up to get us to a particular intent or a particular desired goal. So possibly if some work was done ahead of time, but ideally by the Climate Action Committee, of what this budget could look like, then maybe we could actually start reporting out on how much of that budget was used up. And the only thing else I would add in is we might want to also track number of childcare spaces, ideally going up year after year. And it could also be a proxy measure for other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zelka. And I think those are all worthy things to track. And I went through my list and sort of kept putting things down, like some for annual report, some for these, because I think we want to focus on these on. If we just, in our minds, I think it's worth raising those and all those ideas and maybe sort of categorizing them where they fit, because I think some of those are driven by policies that we're trying to piece, and some of them are just interesting if they're going down, or things static we might want to adjust over time. But there's a lot of things there of interest. Ms. Bay, did you have anything else to add?
And just a reminder about the time lag and our ability to report out on some of those absolute numbers at this period of the cycle, and early in January really means that this report here was prepared at the end of the year before even the year had expired. And so it does, and we can't really get it to you much later for it to be valuable to your council priority setting to lead into the budget cycle. Right. So those kind of quantitative numbers are a lot more readily able to be reported out on as part of the annual report. And so we've been jotting down notes here and can certainly add those to the annual report if that's council's appetite.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Zelka? I have Councillors Appleton, Green, Braithwaite, and if Braithwaite wants to go, and then Patterson again. So, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm sort of feeling for staff here because I know they're writing a bunch of things down and nothing's coming off the list. So I have a couple of items and I will potentially propose an addition, but also propose a subtraction. So hopefully that'll leave you at neutral. One thing that I would really like to see us capture under the quality of life metrics relates to mode share and mobility choice in sustainable transportation. And I'm conscious that this is not all data that's immediately available to the district, but it is data that is available through some third-party sources and through some external nonprofit agencies. The reason I think this is important is I think that we can gauge and measure our investment in sustainable transportation initiatives and the engineering aspects of that. Capturing mode share and how people choose to get around our district, I feel is really important. And it doesn't fall easily into a category that's represented numerically in the annual report. So recognizing that there may be some gaps in the availability of data for our specific district, I think that it's important for us strategically over time to be able to gauge how people choose to get around our district and how comfortable people are with using alternatives to the car. I think this is a conversation that's really present in our community right now. And so I think as a council, we have a responsibility to be able to demonstrate how we're going in that direction. In terms of a subtraction, I will make a somewhat controversial statement about a controversial topic, which is, in my opinion, I don't necessarily see the importance of the metric of tracking deer. And the reason I say that is because that is obviously a quantifiable number, and I know that there is obviously an initiative underway with the clear goal of reducing the number of deer. I think it's important and I'm in support of that initiative. I think it's important for us to remember that if this is going to be put under quality of life, not all of the residents of Oak Bay necessarily associate quality of life with a decrease in deer numbers. There are a certain number of people who also don't see a problem with deer or have no issues with the population as it is. So irrespective of where I personally stand on it, I think that it's important to recognize that not everybody would see that the ideal circumstance is less deer, that there's different opinions on that one. So I think that we track that number through the ongoing monitoring of the program in any case. So I think that as far as it specifically relates to quality of life, then there may be some debate around the inclusion of that. I will respond to a comment by Councillor Ney and also by the Mayor who referenced metrics on the community side that may derive from the Community Climate Action Work Group. I'm the chair of that group. I can say that a policy and a priority for that work group that they've set for their ongoing work is that any initiatives that they come up with and recommend to Council should be measurable, trackable, and have clear measurable elements associated with those recommendations. So I think staff's already aware of that, but I would just reiterate that in the sense that I would hope that those metrics would also be taken up as at least as informative to capturing community greenhouse gas in the way that's been described here. I had a few other comments. I will let the other councillors go, and maybe if there's time later, I'll speak to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Green.
Thank you. And I agree with Councillor Appleton. I think deer should come off the list, definitely. I really appreciate the information, Ms. Bay, that you've produced, and appreciate the time-staking effort it takes to do things like this. I go back to your original presentation on the corporate plan, and that was the 90-10 rule, which I'm reminded that that the sort of the tip of the triangle are new initiatives, and the rest is ongoing, and we have to think about capacity. And I guess two words jumped out at me at the beginning of tonight: the words act and achieve. And I think when I first was elected over a year ago now, I think one of the things that I said was that my great hope is that we did achieve some goals, 98 impossible, but that we really focus on action and achievement, and I really appreciate your reminding us about that this evening. And I also remember you said during the corporate plan report, the annual report needs a reduction in content. The corporate plan will identify metrics for us. The annual report will address performance, and core services are predominant. So that, again, is a good reminder about when we look at metrics and try to measure what it is we do and want to do. That's very helpful. I would like, I have one addition under diverse housing, and that would be, and I know they're going to be reflected in the annual report, but I would like to see housing demolitions reflected somewhere, because I think they are a key indicator of what is happening in our housing market in Oak Bay. And I have to say, I now hear that the vacancy rate in our region has dropped to 1%. And I will go out on a limb and say that Oak Bay's housing diversity is lacking. We don't have real housing diversity. We have a little in certain places, but we do need rental housing in this community. House prices are set to soar again this year, because never before has the market been so tight with so few resources for sale on the market. So I do believe that diverse housing is a priority, and I'm concerned about the future of the community. And when we talk about population, a lot of people say, well, we're not growing. But one of the reasons we're not growing is that no one can access the housing market in Oak Bay. So it's a really sort of catch-22. It feeds each other. We're not attracting population because it's very difficult to live here under the circumstances
So,
in such a
Councillor Green,
high...
can I just ask, is there a metric attached to that you can think of, a way of measuring success over the next 3 years that captures your
Well, we could
concerns about
analyze.
that?
Well, I guess we could analyze market pricing and real estate sales in the area. That's one metric. I don't know if that's our job per se, but I'm sure that that information might be available. So anyway, those are my comments. But I would like to add housing demolition, because I think it does show a trend in the kinds of housing that we're building. Does that make sense? Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think if I had to sort of summarize what Councillor Zelka and you added to that piece, some combination of the demolitions plus the net change of units would give a pretty good indication of the volume of build and if those are being additive or if they're just replacement. Those would probably be the two that we probably have available to, that combined would probably give us some indication of if our intended achievements of not the kind of housing necessarily, but of the net new units being provided, how they're being laid out. Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, basically most of the things that I was considering talking about have been brought up already. But going to the culture aspect that Councillor Ney brought up, thanks for the reminder that is reported. A lot of that is reported in the annual report, as well as other things, so that we don't have to add them to our priority list. I think that's really important, and that's a really good reminder for us. And I would also agree with Councillor Appleton in taking off the number of deer under the quality of life. And I'll leave it at that, because I'm sure you have some comments, Mayor.
Sure, and I'll go to Councillor Patterson for to speak a second time, but maybe I'll speak first just so we go to one of everyone. I did actually scratch a number off my my list. In fact, I had demolitions. I took it off and said it should be annual report, but I think if it probably does is as a tool within that might make sense in this. I think again combined with that number of units. I guess the things I had under sustainable service that might be helpful to us in terms of how we're allocating funding in a trending perspective. Is some way of measuring like how much of non-scheduled work is being undertaken in the organization as a percentage or as whatever measure that measures, because obviously for us to drive our costs down and have provide levels of service, it's a pretty good proxy for some of that, or proactive maintenance as a percentage of the piece. There's something I think maybe in there of what we're doing on an asset management to sort of says how are we getting in front of the asset problem? Are we getting away from the break fix and onto the more proactive side? So I don't know what that would look like, but I might just suggest something in there. I see Mr. Haran's browse furrow, so I don't want to like get too prescriptive on what that would look like. But I think from our perspective, we're asking the community to absorb a fair bit of cost, and we're committing down a path of asset replacement. And I think knowing that it has a net impact would be sort of helpful. And again, I know recognizing there's going to be a leg there on that. So that's one. Again, I have some of the things that just, updates on what the parks and facilities and recovery rate type things are. I think there should be annual report. And obviously the recovery rate for Parks and Rec would be in our budget discussion period anyway, so I don't think that needs to be in this. So really it's just, I think maybe something else that actually can track something in the way of asset management if we're actually doing our jobs of getting in front of the problem. And I think knowing that where we're at in the capital percentage of course, which is in here already, is super important. I personally think deer are very important to this. I think there's a lot of people in this community that would like to know that we're spending a lot of money, and we're going to have to make that budget decision every year about whether or not we're going to continue down this path or change direction, which might be that criteria. I think we're going to really struggle with getting the numbers in a way that makes it in time for us to make that decision piece, other than using a proxy like how many deer we pick up from Public Works, which I know the UWSS does not like us using as a proxy for the number of deer. So that'd be just, I actually think that would probably is quite important, because I think over the course of these 3 years, we're probably going to have to we're going to have to evaluate the data and make a directional change. Whether it has to be a metric in this, maybe not. Maybe that can be, because of the lag time, maybe better off in the annual report. But I think we just got to make sure it's not lost as an important aspect, because there's a lot of people who do care a lot about it. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that came to mind when I look at the housing, and it could be captured in the annual report, but I don't think it's necessarily a heavy workload for staff, and that is the OCP, of course, talks about preserving the character and heritage of our community, and certainly the foundation publishes the report annually on the number of homes that are on the register or designated. And of course, we've had some success, I believe, recently with HRAs, creating some diversity of housing. So those things I don't think are a lot to capture, and I don't know if it's here or in the annual report. Maybe on the annual report is the place. And although I don't have really anything to come off, I'm going to raise two things. Now, I believe that if we are bound because the province changes the plan, it's not me adding these things to the list, but the accessibility legislation with respect to housing is going to be probably coming about this year. So I think that is going to make work in this area that isn't perhaps captured in this or anticipated yet. So I'm flagging that. And the other thing that is not on here, and certainly I'm very aware of it with heritage, and that is diversity of population and heritage in response to truth and reconciliation in recognition of the Indigenous people. So I think that we have to find a way of capturing this somehow. Most communities are building on that information. I don't have suggestions for you at this time. I'm just putting it there as a marker. As I get more information, certainly from Heritage BC, I will pass that along, and perhaps there is a role in that for the Heritage Foundation in bridging that. But the accessibility legislation, I can see that it's going to add to this piece, and it's not my idea, it's the province's idea. I'm just flagging it for us.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Appleton?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And just very briefly, we've talked about a couple of different ways that this diverse housing metrics could be captured, and I do think that it's important relative to Councillor Green and what others have said, to find a way of capture. I was very concerned in the housing needs assessment about the potential loss of rental units, and I would really like to see a metric that captures the status of rental units in the community at minimum at minimum with a status of keeping it stable, which is sort of the basic condition, and increasing the number of rental units in the community. I think that housing needs assessment revealed that there were various ways to access that data and track it, although with recognizing that there are deficiencies to that. I think it's a major issue for this community if we continue to lose rental units, or if there's even the implication that we're losing rental units, considering what the current availability of rentals is. So I think that would be a priority for me. I have one incredibly nitpicky thing, and I apologize, but just as far as the graphics go out, just the graphics that's used in terms of the yellow triangle, in my world, my day job world, that just means change. Delta just means change. And so when I read that, I just kind of looked at it and said, I don't know what the change thing means. So, and now that you've explained it, I understand what's meant by that, and I kind of got the gist of it through the interpretation. But as far as infographics that go out to the public, I'm wondering whether we could use a slightly different logo, and I realize that's incredibly nitpicky, but my brain just went to change. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. And I don't know if we have the ability to track in real time rentals. So much of the stock is private homes being rented that I don't know if that's possible, but trends over time on that front would certainly be of interest. Because those are sort of policy type decisions that we're going to make that'll influence. Of course, a lot of that's, of course, provincial and other things that influence that as well. All right. Seeing no other comments at this time, we'll leave it there for now. And we have more to get to, so let's get to that. Ms. Bay.
All right. So moving on to council priorities. I'll shortly present on additional initiatives that could further bolster council's priorities. But before we do so, I think it would be helpful if council could provide feedback on whether these council priorities are in fact still the ones you wish to see applied over the following year. So we've now reported on some of the metrics information. Is there anything you'd like to discuss in terms of your priorities?
Members of council? Councillor Zelka?
Well, this would be a wonderful opportunity to maybe adjust the metrics so that one is not always on the bottom and one's not always on the top as an inexpensive way. That's something I would suggest. I don't want to necessarily change any of these priorities. I think they're all wonderful. I do wonder whether we're providing enough emphasis on not just climate change, but concern for the environment in general, since it has such high attention right now. Whether we may want to either modify the definition of the one that relates to the environment, which I'd have to look up to see. It is the one having to do with demonstrating leadership and fostering community health and resilience. So that would be my only suggestion.
Okay. Ms. Varela?
Just a comment, Your Worship, that this circular graphic was actually an advancement based on council direction last year through strategic planning. So if you remember our original format, we came out with a block which was kind of sequential. And so this graphic was actually changed in response to council direction to make it non-sequential. That original block format was also numbered, and staff had dropped that based on council direction. So this has been refined from its original presentation at the beginning of strategic planning last year.
Councillor Zelka?
And since we're at the beginning of strategic planning for this year, I figured this was the appropriate time to provide the comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as an extension of Councillor Zelka's comment, I recall that in previous iterations or in previous versions of the priorities, that the sustainability aspect was sort of described as an underpinning piece, that it sort of was an underlying foundational piece for the priorities that were laid out here. And I recognize that not all of the tools, policies, and associated materials are in place for staff to really make that a complete reality. But as the question is put to me as councillor as to priorities, the priorities are as I agree with the priorities heading forward, but would just, I guess, bring that reference to that underlying sustainability foundational piece with the recognition that we're not there yet. But I think that my hope would be that we worked in a direction that the sustainability piece was captured in all municipal operations and across the board.
Councillor Braithwaite?
I would agree that, but I think that the understanding that I have is that every single one of these priorities is done through or is looked at through a sustainability lens. That's my understanding.
I think that's been very clear from the first profession. You were not here, Ms. Bay, when we were doing it original, but I'm sure that's been passed on quite well. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks for the comments, councillors. Ms. Bay?
So moving on, the next section will address future initiatives to further advance council's priorities. You notice all the pictures here of summer and spring. I think when I was putting this together, I must have been looking for a little escape from all the snow. So really, is there further action needed is really the question here. And so to assist you on deciding what to potentially add or delete, we provided a series of attachments to the report. I just thought I'd provide a quick overview of what's in each of those attachments. So in attachment 2, you'll see what's already been funded and approved. So these are things that are items that are in the 5-year financial plan for the remaining 3 years of your mandate. And then attachment 3 provides staff's recommendations regarding potential new initiatives, both operational and strategic, and I'll talk a bit more about those a little later on in the presentation. And then finally, attachment 4 lists other potential initiatives, and those other potential initiatives cover a number of factors. It includes council resolutions and individual councillor input from this past year. It identifies projects from approved plans, most specifically the official community plan, that projects that have not yet been implemented, priorities from previous council that have not yet been implemented, and fall committee of the whole input. So those have all been packaged together in attachment 4 to serve as a reference point for you. And then public input in association with upcoming budget discussions may, of course, result in additional suggestions for removal or addition, but those can those will be reported on later on in the process. So. At the end of this presentation, I'll be pausing for council to identify which, if any, initiatives you wish to pursue from that attachment 4. But before then, I'll just give you a little bit more background on the other attachments. So speaking briefly to the further public input, to facilitate public input, we will, subject to your agreement, be launching a new public engagement platform in the coming days. So there's a council or staff recommendation for your consideration as part of the report that concerns the public input piece. Through this platform, we'll be able to communicate and connect with residents. And really, the first content on this platform will be a service level questionnaire, similar to what we undertook last year with the citizen budget. And the thought is that we'll be inviting residents to provide us with input on this platform on February 13th. So you'll see there the URL, connect.oakbay.ca. It's not live yet, subject to your direction, but if you give the go-ahead, then that will be live likely tomorrow. So the intent here is that we will launch a discussion around the service levels associated with the budget components. But that it'll also serve as a tool for us to engage on other matters. So any number of these housing diversity types of initiatives, planning initiatives that we're planning in the next couple of years, engagement around anything else that Oak Bay needs to engage on can be completed through this platform. It's a platform that's being used by other local communities in our area. Colwood, Central Saanich are also using it, as well as across the province and other parts of Canada. So it's a well-known and well-used tools in other communities, and now about to come to Oak Bay likely. So then there's also the piece about staff recommendations that are detailed in attachment 3. So we've identified several possible new initiatives. Some of them can be accommodated within budget, and some will require additional budget. And unless we're directed otherwise, these pieces that are covered in Attachment 3 will be priced out and will be presented to you as part of the budget for your consideration on February 6th. There are 3 high-level strategic themes to the new initiatives that we're proposing. The first is an acceleration of infrastructure replacement. Secondly, ensuring that municipal buildings are emergency resilient and appropriately maintained. And thirdly, intensifying the updating of systems, policies, and procedures. And the next couple slides go into a little bit more detail. And as we delve into each of these individual initiatives, I'll be inviting the directors who have responsibility for these initiatives to provide a high-level overview of what's proposed. So we'll start off with the fire chief.
Welcome, Mr. Hughes. Chief Hughes.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first item we have under the new initiatives operational is conducting a fire underwriters survey. Fire underwriters utilize the information gathered from municipalities on their fire protection assets, including water supply, prevention, suppression. And they utilize these in a number of different data sets to establish a general sense of the fire protection in the area so that they can advise insurers as to what the insurance rate should be in an area. Now, there isn't a absolute direct correlation as you improve your ratings or they decrease. However, overall, they have an impact on both residential and commercial structure insurance rates. So we're proposing that we conduct a fire underwriter survey. The last one was done in 2012, so it's getting quite dated. And we want to make sure that any areas that require attention or areas that stick out that may impact our rating. We currently have a very good rating, that those are identified so that we can work into the future and make sure we attend to any areas where we see some challenges. The second area here is developing a fire department capital equipment.
I just want to make sure we flag. So that's within budget. That doesn't
correct.
require additional.
That one is within budget and doesn't require additional funding.
Okay, thank you. I keep going. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I flagged that. The yellow and red flags on the side.
The second item is developing a fire department capital equipment replacement schedule. And as we get into this, as well as our fire apparatus and vehicles, I will just point out that I do have my deputy chief here. He's performed a lot of background work on this, so I just want to recognize his efforts there. We have a number of different types of equipment, whether it's fire, rescue, safety equipment, confined space, ropes, and SCBA. And many of these items, almost all these items, have never been identified in a capital replacement plan and a plan for routine replacement. And I'll just give you a quick example on our self-contained breathing apparatus. They have a 15-year life. They're $250,000, and we have never had a reserve established or a plan for the routine replacement at the end of service life. So it makes a lot of sense to us to look at this and develop a schedule to make sure that all our equipment is up to date, safe, and replaced as per best practices and manufacturers' recommendations. And of course, in some areas, there's legal requirements to do with WorkSafe and whatnot. Would you like me to pause for any questions on individual items, Your Worship?
I'll just keep an eye out if I see hands. Council put up their hands if they have any questions.
All right. Replacing fire apparatus and vehicles. And the next item after that, acquire a portable building to house fire apparatus. We took a fulsome look at where we are sitting with our fire apparatus, our fire station, and where we're going to be over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Currently, our fire apparatus, our aerial ladder, and our 2 engines, the replacement apparatus is larger, it's longer. There's requirements within our district. Our tallest building is about 100 feet, 10 stories. Our current ladder is actually around 72 feet because we had to shorten it to be able to get it into the bay. Our oldest fire engine is almost 30 years old. It's much shorter than newer apparatus because changing standards that require enclosed cabs for firefighters. So we're having a lot of challenges when we look at new fire apparatus that is appropriately purpose-built for the community. So under the fire apparatus vehicles and portable building, we're looking at acquiring a portable building that can be placed over in the parking lot next to the fire station. I believe it has around a 50-year lifespan, and that includes power. You put power to it and everything else. It has a door. And what this would do is, with that and a slight modification to one of our existing bay doors that was built in '62, it would allow us to purchase over the next few years, or order anyway, apparatus that would not only fit in the hall, but it would serve the community reliably for the next 20 years, which is how long apparatus is generally is good for and recognized through fire underwriters' tables. So at the moment, we've looked at previously we've looked at a few different options, making a bay slightly higher, which would have made a very small require a very small apparatus fit in the bay. But then looking forward at where our aerial ladder apparatus is, it's within about 2 years of having to be replaced, and build times around 2 years on that. We're kind of reaching a point where we've outgrown the existing fire station. And this plan would allow us, for our next two fire apparatus vehicles, it would allow us to purchase purpose-built vehicles, and we wouldn't have to compromise for a 20-year asset until the community decides that they're going to build a new fire station. And there's also funding implications, which when we get to budget time, we've been in very close communication with Director Payne as well regarding sufficient funding to fund these projects.
Fair enough. I just want to make clear, we're not here today deciding whether or not to approve these. It's just whether to include them in the financial plan as an option going forward. I actually had Councillor Braithwaite and Councillor Zelka.
Actually, you just touched on what I was going to ask about, which was as far as the vehicles go, we do have in our budgets every year we put away for these vehicles already, correct?
Correct. We do have an apparatus replacement reserve. However, it isn't funded for today, the prices on today's apparatus, and to replace the apparatus when they need to be replaced, which is 20 years, we don't have sufficient funding available to be able to do that right now. And this proposed initiative would, of course, put us in a position where we would be fully funded for the future.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, through you, not looking for details, but in general, are you imagining something like a Quonset hut, number one, and are you imagining it would be insulated, number two?
Yes, it would be insulated. It's a steel structure that we're envisioning, but it doesn't look like a Quonset. It's more square. But yeah, we would be drilling down into those details, and we could look at a few options, but the options that we have right now is a steel self-contained building that can also be repurposed as well. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the heads up by the chief on this item. And the last thing that I want to do is take issue with the chief's sort of layout of the department's needs. I know I would never take issue with that. I guess I just have a question overall about just the design and the sizing of apparatus. I know that there is a trend, or at least initiatives underway in certain jurisdictions to be innovative with kind of the design and the construction of apparatus, recognizing that, as the chief has described, these things get bigger and bigger with greater and greater amounts for equipment that need to be carried and greater requirements. And I would never purport to understand all of that. But just in terms of, because we have, a limited size building, and because we also have limited size roadways in a lot of cases in some areas that are challenging to get into, I was just wondering, how could we evaluate as overall as a district, and with regards to the fire department, how those alternatives might come into play, and how those alternatives are evaluated as far as an innovative piece of apparatus?
Through the chair, Councillor Appleton, certainly there are varying sizes of apparatus throughout the world. Even there's, I know in downtown Vancouver, even they have some smaller apparatus because they can't get the apparatus through some of the streets. The challenge we have here is our fleet is very small, and we have to be able to carry all our equipment to every scene. Now, we have fantastic mutual aid partners, and that works very well, but we are challenged to get to those buildings with all the equipment that we need, as well as to fulfill our mutual aid obligations when we go into one of our other mutual aid partners' areas.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Thank you for that, for the explanations of your projects. Is that it? Do you have any? I should look down. Fire
Your
master
worship,
plan.
I'm still going.
Yeah, fire master plan next.
So a fire master plan, the Oak Bay Fire Department has never had an external fire master plan completed, and this would help assist in long-term planning and take that 30,000 foot view at how we're operating right now in relation to industry norms, how we're impacted by our neighbors, how we're impacted by the demographics and the nature of the buildings and structures in our area. As what it looks at training, it looks at planning where our station is located in the future. If the community and council were looking at another station, where the location would be, how that interacts with our mutual aid partners, how our mutual aid agreements interact with one another, how that's going to impact our fire underwriters' rating now and in the future. And it really helps inform a strategic planning process to make sure that we're doing things right now, and whether we're heading in the right direction in the future with a lot of those with all the encompassing areas that the fire department is looking at: confined space rescue and hazardous materials and rope rescue. And these studies these master plans have been conducted in a number of other communities, both large and small, and they can be very valuable in planning for the future. So that's why it is on our list of initiatives.
Thank you very much. There's a few other pieces, don't you? The choir fire training.
I'm still going. I've got another screen here. So acquiring a training prop. A lot of our training is done. We've always traditionally tried to do it in service. Going off site is expensive and inconvenient. We have two buildings next to the fire station, the Scout and Guide Hall, and the practicality of firefighters traipsing through those buildings where children are gathering, not to mention the damage to the flooring and the walls, the doors and whatnot, it's quite impractical. So that initiative is to establish a training prop over in the parking lot and provide facilities for our people to be able to train in modern firefighting techniques in a secure building. The fire hall alerting system. Our fire hall alerting system, I can't remember. I've been there almost 28 years, and I don't remember us updating it. I think we added 2 or 3 speakers. I think perhaps our amplification system may still have tubes in it. But our dispatch provider, Saanich Fire, is going to a new fire hall alerting system, and there's a number of efficiencies built into that system, both in the dispatching of multiple engine and ladder companies that can be simultaneously done, and it with a view to, it would be increasing efficiency in those dispatchers. So we'll be talking about faster dispatch, as well as very clear communications to our hall, and they utilize a computerized voiced system. I don't want to name the vendor at the moment because I'm not sure where we're at, where Saanich is at with that, but it creates very clear communication so that every street names, for instance, can vary significantly from dispatcher to dispatcher. Esplanade is definitely one that is all over the map. Fire hall alerting system. I think that's the end of mine for now, Your Worship.
I believe it is. Yes, thank you very much. Up next, we have active transportation projects. Is that Mr. Haran?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. At the moment, there are no strategic targets or projects related to active transportation in the program. So the OCP sets aspirations around multimodal active transportation objectives, but funding for active transportation projects in the past few years has been approved only on a one-time basis for projects such as Cadbro Bay bike lanes that were completed in 2018. So if it's the Council's desire to have further active transportation infrastructure designed and built in Oak Bay, additional budget would need to be set aside in advance and direction to staff on the intent behind the infrastructure aspirations communicated so that we can offer recommendations and options analysis on these. But the bottom line being, does the Council want to have a regular, consistent program of active transportation projects built, or one-time projects dealt with one at a time? And the reason why this is considered in kind of a strategic context at this moment is that those kinds of projects are above and beyond that. They currently fall into that, 10% at the strategic top of that sits on top of the operational capability of the department. So further active transportation infrastructure would either need to be considered a one-time in that 10% or a growth of some kind to accommodate that, to further operationalize it as we go forward. So that's the active transportation one. The next one is Facilities Master Plan.
Why don't you stop at that one for a second?
Sure,
Because I think Councillor Zelka had a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, and through you to our Director of Engineering. Is it within this proposed initiative that the what's been referred to as the Transportation Safety Improvement Program might sit? In previous discussions, that Transportation Safety Improvement Program was, I think, the shell that was to implement the speed study that was approved in previous mandate. Just wanted to know whether that would sort of fit here to some extent, or whether this is something else.
Mr. Haran?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. So how I've been taking and how the discussions that have happened related to this, the transportation safety improvements, which is in last year's strategic priorities and approved in the budget, was limited to commitments that the district was already doing in terms of transportation infrastructure. So specifically, that would be curb drops, crosswalk improvements, and intersection improvements, and then in the future, potentially implementation of speed study changes. So that would be in 2019 about $210,000 per year total of everything related to transportation was done. That was the budget to make that happen. And to put it in context, an intersection upgrade of traffic lights at Foul Bay Road and Oak Bay Avenue is about $140,000, and the curb drop program is $50,000 per year, $20,000, $25,000 per crosswalk upgrade. So it's limited in terms of the maximum. So if the council, the community's desires to have bike lanes built, for example, such as the Cadbro Bay bike lane project, that was approximately, that's between 150 and 200,000 for that kind of scope of a project. So it's the active transportation infrastructure, if it's done scope and size like the Oak Bay Avenue, or the Cadbro Bay bike lanes, it's just an increase in complexity and funding above and beyond what we typically do within a standard year related to transportation projects. So that's why we're proposing it as something to be considered above and beyond what staff is currently being able to deliver with budgets and resources.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton.
Oh, sorry, just a follow-up question, if I may.
Of course, go ahead.
Sorry,
Councillor Zelka.
almost done. Thank you very much. So I very, very much appreciate hearing that the Transportation Safety Improvement Program is a fulsome thing that's essentially in progress, which is, I presume, above and beyond the item that's mentioned here in SS 27. Just want to confirm that they're separate things, or they overlap.
So to be clear, through you, Chair, yes, they're meant to be considered as separate things to try to be clear. So the transportation safety improvements, the line items in the 2019 budgets and the proposals going forward are for the current commitments. And so that includes, just in case I forgot them, there's traffic calming. So that would mean any changes to a road configuration to have a positive impact on traffic speeds and safety. So that includes crosswalks, it's the curb drops, that's the sidewalk improvements that are done. So rehabilitating sidewalks and intersection upgrades. So new traffic lights, new configuration changes, and so on. I think I covered them all there. So bike lanes or multimodal changes are something that haven't been funded in your current mandate within that block. So it's just a matter of trying to separate to highlight that any of the council's aspirations around active or multimodal transportations need to be further funded, and some direction given around what those should be or could be, so that staff can provide recommendations and options analysis about how to implement those.
So final follow-up, if I may, related to this. So I'm sort of sitting here wondering, what are we going to be doing with the proposal that was put forward and approved by council to implement the speed study? I know we've had general discussions, and we're supporting Saanich with their, again, we're going through UBCM asking the province to please change the Motor Vehicle Act so that we can just put a standard speed limit in Oak Bay and make it very easy for the police, and also make it less expensive overall. If I remember correctly, the city of Victoria spent $93,000 just putting up all of their speed limit of 40 kilometers an hour along their arterials that they changed to 40. We have a report that suggests putting a blanket 40 across most of Oak Bay. I was just wondering, in general, where does that sit in either the existing plans or possibly folded into some new budget items?
I guess the question is it a budget item at all at this point, or is it really just a part of the aspirational projects that we're going to get to if we can?
So through the chair, when the speed study recommendations were brought to the council in late 2016, there was a number of recommendations that were part of that speed study and which were adopted. So a number of components. And some of the majority of those concepts and ideas have now been adopted and put in practice since that study was done. So, for example, the analysis, the process of how we analyze and decide whether the speed limit on a street is the correct speed limit, is it safe street, does it make sense for how it's coordinated. Prior to that speed study and prior to council's endorsement, it was not. It was kind of all. It could have potentially be all over the place in terms of someone's opinion here versus someone's opinion there. Whereas when we brought the study to the council and said we're going to follow the Transportation Association of Canada standards for how this works, and the council endorses it, it allows us to say now to the community, yes, we've analyzed your street and we think that the speed limit's too high, so we're going to go change it. So I can come back to you and ask for that speed limit change. So since that time, there is a whole bunch of activity that used to happen around talking to the community about what speed limits should be, which now we're able to say, here's what the council has directed speed limits to be, and so that's what the speed limit is, so we're not going to proceed because the direction's already been received. There's a small part of the speed limit recommendations which was around putting up new speed limit signs throughout the district to implement that 40 kilometers per hour in Oak Bay, with the exception of a couple of the arterials and so on, which is necessary or important, but not necessarily something that has to happen today or tomorrow, especially if we're observing that a certain street, the speed limits people are driving less than 40 kilometers per hour. So at the moment, if a speed limit sign is necessary, we will go implement that, and it's not terribly expensive to do. But based on what we learned after that speed study was approved, the blanket speed limit for a whole community is not something that's supported yet. So it turned out to be prohibitively expensive and not necessarily required in the short term in the district of Oak Bay. So if the council would like more information about that, or to be updated in a different way, staff can certainly provide that information in a different environment than at the moment.
And just to finalize, it's wonderful to hear that so much of that has been done and has been formalized into some sort of a program. I wonder out loud whether on the list of initiatives that are in process, it needs to have a line item. I just wonder, because there's so much work that I had no idea was going on. Thank you.
We don't brag enough, I guess, is the motto here. Yeah. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and very briefly to staff. Is the intent of the active transportation line item here to implement the active transportation strategy that we already have on the books? And if so, in the opinion of the Director of Engineering, is it necessary for us to potentially update that document or add to it given current operational reality?
Through the chair, the active transportation strategy as a document by itself did not necessarily come from a council in terms of a resolution saying implement this strategy. Where the details of what was discussed in terms of developing that strategy together is in the OCP. So from a staff perspective, we are trying to implement the community's the direction that's in the OCP. So it's a little bit of a subtle difference there, but it's a key one that I wanted to make. So from staff's perspective, knowing the OCP has some direction and some aspirations around active transportation, and knowing in the last few years that we've been managed to build the Cadbro Bay bike lanes, but at the moment there isn't a strategic direction to either grow capability to do these kinds of projects or take on one project at a time and try to use it as within that 10% of the capacity that we can do at the strategic level. There won't be any progress related to active transportation unless the council provides some direction in that area. So this proposed operational initiative from the staff perspective is to signal that this is true and to seek some direction if the council wants staff to move in that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Ney?
Yeah, so my question had to do with this line item as well, the advancement of the active transportation project. So thank you, through you, Mayor, to staff for that overview and explanation. And I mean, I have to say, for us too, I'm concerned if this, the active transportation initiative is dropped, and that as a council, if we don't want, because we hadn't completed that plan, and we were, the projects were that were completed have so far been done. They're kind of strategic. There were opportunities, and so we jumped on it. But there are still outstanding aspects to that. So I guess I'd ask you, Mayor, how do we give direction, or how do we work this to a place where we can revisit the active transportation plan? I can't remember what is done, what's left outstanding, what was prioritized, but
I think what the staff are proposing here is the most reasonable, frankly. I think much like we're trying to take, a lot of the ad hoc decision making out of everything coming to council and being added on, if this is a core part of what we want to accomplish, then we should consider it as part of our budgeting process, as part of our 5-year plan, and highlight it. And I recognize there's a lot of work going on in terms of general maintenance and upgrades and replacement of roads and things like that. So if this is a way of upgrading those upgrades to have bike lanes and to have other infrastructure to support active transportation at that time, that makes a lot of sense. I think the problem has been that they have been, as you point out, Councillor Ney, ad hoc. So they've been, opportunistic as opposed to sort of having them in the budget and in part of the plan and part of our staffing plans. And so this is, as far as I read this, Mr. Handy can correct me if I'm wrong, this is a suggestion that this gets added to a plan as part of our operational plans and as part of our budgeting process going forward, essentially as a line item, so that we have that in our plan. It's a bit more directed. So I think I think it's a good suggestion from staff.
Okay, so will it be in the? I mean, just for example, the Henderson Road. There's complaints about the on-off bike lane there. That after 5 o'clock or something, there's a bike lane, and then there's not, and then 7 p.m. Then going up Foul Bay, it doesn't complete itself for some reason on the final block towards Lansdowne. Like there's simple little things going that are incomplete. From the perspective of a cyclist in the municipality. So I guess, and those are relatively simple. They're not actually infrastructure builds. Actually, they're just sort of reorganizing the way we do cycling in the municipality. So yeah, so if this is a line item in terms of our priorities, I'm satisfied that we can continue to revisit this and parcel off projects, but I would just be concerned if this was dropped. That's
fair enough. So you'll vote to keep it in this line, at least to get some costing back on the budgeting process. So that's where we're at right now. Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor. Just in looking at all of the things that have been put forward by staff on on these proposed new operational initiatives, while I think the suggestions are good, they're sound, as is normally the case with what staff present, and they are often providing these to us based on feedback they get from the community. I think, though, without the benefit of a longer-term financial plan, so I expect Mr. Payne, longer term, is perhaps going to influence this even more than council, because what I would like to understand, if we restrict what council is putting on as strategic initiatives that we would like, and then there's these long lists from staff. I guess it would be helpful to know what are core services, what are enhancements, and if we were to say go with all of these, what does that do to our resource times? I don't have a feel for if these are already numbers, the information that's required here, if there's already some numbers backing that, and it will come forward in budgets. But once we have a more developed financial plan, I think it might drive the short list selection of some of these. So I hesitate to get too involved in in-depth discussion in them if they're going to require a lot of staff time, and we're not going to have the financial sustainability piece.
Ms. Bay?
Yeah, just to comment on that, the purpose of sharing this list at this point is just to advise that these are the items that at this point we are in the course of pricing out and assessing the implications of, and these are the items that will be priced out in the package that you will see on February 6th. And really just an opportunity to say, if there's anything that you already see that you for sure don't want included in that kind of package that you'll be seeing as a starting point on February 6th, then let us know now and we can take it out. And conversely, if there's anything when we get to attachment 4 that you would like us to price out and assess the implications of before February 6th, let us know. That is all part of the budget process. We appreciate that you can't really give us direction on whether you support any of these individual items tonight in the absence of seeing the financial impact, but this is just early on giving you an idea of what, and so that you can see it very clearly pop out as opposed to being buried in a budget that includes a lot of ongoing operational items as well, and have an understanding of what it is that we're bringing forward, and a little bit of an explanation from the directors involved as to the rationale for why it's being brought forward. And we're not asking for any firm final decisions on any of these items tonight. So I hope that provides a little bit of context.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Patterson, then Mr. Payne.
Just as a follow-up to that then, Mayor, I will not add too many comments, knowing that the prices are already going to be coming in and we're going to be seeing them at budget time.
Thank you. Mr. Payne?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up on the remarks by Councillor Patterson, I couldn't agree more that the big picture and the long-term context of these financial decisions is important. I could imagine that if Council was presented with information that showed, for instance, and this is a complete hypothetical, that we're nowhere near funding our infrastructure renewal for current assets, that would change how much of a priority new and improved safety infrastructure would be. Conversely, if we're very close to annual infrastructure funding amounts, that would provide comfort. That and also the long-term impact to the taxpayer would be included in the conversation. So I think you'll see important steps forward in that regard in the financial plan in 2020. You have a good idea of at least the next 5 years, and also on a high level what our asset management replacement or our asset replacement funding levels are and where they should be, and that will help you provide really help you contextualize these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will point out as well, I mean, this is a large part of my ask when this council started. I wanted to make sure that there's a lot of aspects of our municipality where there was deferred maintenance over a lot of years, and a lot of times there was a bit of a culture of let's just sort of pretend it's not a problem until there's a big bill and it comes forward as sort of a shockingly large number. So this is an effort really for us. I mean, the hard part for our job is going to be to say no to a lot of things. It's not the lack of good ideas. It's the what do you say no to? But this is an attempt. I appreciate it on staff's part to be as fulsome as possible in what they see looking forward as needs, and then for us to. And this is, I mean, I find this very valuable is to understand the reasons why. The numbers will come, and they'll be. We'll have to make some hard decisions at that point. So yeah, if there's things here that the council really feels aren't worthy, then we can probably pull those out now. But I have a feeling we all want to see what the costs are before we start pulling things off the list. Thank you very much.
Just checking if it was back to me here. So the next one is Prepare Facilities Master Plan, and this is a good example of critical work that impacts across all departments. And where this comes from is in 2016, the Moore and Associates reports around the district's facilities, both the really large document, the 380-page document that talks about all the facilities, and then the other that focused in on 6 key ones, being the fire and police station, Monterey Rec Center, Municipal Hall, and the other ones that are currently slipping my mind right now in an embarrassing way. Thank you, and the library. And in those, and we've briefed the council on the contents of those at the same time as we talked about the asset management of the underground infrastructure and the roads, and the key aspect there being the key facilities. There needs to be a plan for when these expensive assets will be replaced, and discussions around the risk assessment, risk management around those assets, and then the ongoing operations and maintenance, in other words, renovations and upkeep of those facilities as we continue to use them, and as they become, they continue to be central to delivery of services to the municipality. So this is work that's complex and challenging, and maybe staff members are capable of doing that work, but not necessarily have the resources or the time to devote to such a significant task. So what we're doing here is just flagging the necessity to set resources aside to make this master plan happen soon enough to be able to properly inform the long-term financial planning and decision-making that you need to do.
Thanks, Mr. Hearn.
Next one is, unless there's questions about that one specifically before I move on. Okay. The next one is the Prepare Storm Sewer Master Plan, and this is, we had back in 2015 a plan to do closed circuit television and condition assessment of all the sanitary sewer infrastructure within 5 years, and all the storm sewer infrastructure within 10 years. And I'm happy to say that we were able to complete this work faster than planned. So within a year, we're scheduled to have all of the sewer infrastructure completed in terms of condition assessment, as much as we could do, which means there's no need to wait longer than I had anticipated 2 years ago when the storm sewer master plan could be done. So this is about accelerating our asset management planning and be able to make some decisions sooner about what's required going forward.
And then perhaps before I move on to the next slide, I'd just like to emphasize that these aren't all 2020 projects. You'll see the timeline there goes straight through to 2022. So these will be items that will affect the budgets over a number of years. We're trying to balance both budget impacts as well as staff load impacts. So this is looking at really recommendations for adjustments to the 5-year financial plan.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
So just for clarification, and through you, Mayor, thank you, Sina, and thank you also, Mr. Horan, and our fire chief. When you have the block of blocked out, the blue block, does that mean necessarily that the project will be completed or not? Or is that just a 5-year cycle ongoing kind of?
So through the mayor, if you see a blue block in just 1 year, the intent is that the project would be funded that year, began and completed in that year. Where you see the blue block colored in for more than 1 year, it means it's a multi-year project. So in cases where it's the last item under there,
right.
It may in fact extend beyond that time horizon. We've focused here graphically on the remainder of your mandate, but the the 5-year financial plan is, of course, a rolling 5-year financial plan, so it's always looking 5 years ahead. So if you have questions as to the exact timeline on any individual project, I'm sure that the individual directors who are responsible for those initiatives can comment as to whether, for example, the storm sewer master plan would be also completed in 2022.
Thank you. And just supplementally, I think that would be useful clarity and information for the public as well. I don't think the average person or the average taxpayer would read these graphs and have that understanding. So is there a way that we can articulate what that means on our website when we post this material? Because I think that would be helpful. One, that some are rolling plans, others may be completed. And sometimes I don't know if you can do this for future, but it would be helpful. Is there any way of indicating a more precise timeline within the year of the blue block? Is there any way of estimating a month or? Sorry, it's a tough one, I know. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think when it's several years ahead, it probably depends on a number of initiatives, what else is on the work plans. And so an outcome of all of this is that we're trying to tighten our own internal organizational processes. And one of the things that will be coming down the pipe will be departmental work plans. And those departmental work plans, once we've got some solidity around what we're looking at from a timing perspective on these, as an organization, we'll be looking to develop those departmental work plans, and that's really where that additional level of detail will come forward. I'll note some of these may also be dependent on grant funding, and so the timing may relate to that. The timing may relate to a number of other variables that are difficult to ascertain right now when it's 2 years out. But as we develop those work plans, we can certainly look at more particular timing.
Thank you. And just one more comment. I really think that those kinds of explanatory notes on materials like this for the public would be important and would meet our goal of informing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I believe we're handing this over now to Chief Brinton. Are we?
Yes, Your Worship, I'm back. Excuse me.
Sorry.
The first item here is one within budget. That's just a review and renewal of the mutual aid agreement. We've got it over a couple of years there, 2020 and 2021. Not sure it is, of course, dependent on our surrounding neighbors. Our current one is just about 40 years old, so it's time for a renewal and revision. This, in case your memories remembers, we did have a fire services agreement. Just to lend clarity, this has to do with the core 4 mutual aid agreement. So Victoria, Saanich, Esquimalt, and Oak Bay is what we're talking about in this agreement. Those 4 fire departments. Reviewing fire service policies and procedures. This is, again, taking a look at all of our policies and procedures and making sure that everything is utilizing best practices and is in line with all current legislation. We have an amazing number of rules and regulations that we go by, and we certainly keep up with our legislative requirements. We just have to make sure that all our documentation is in line with those, as well as best practices. Preparing an emergency communications plan for the public so that we can ensure that during times of emergency or disaster that we can quickly, effectively communicate with our public. And we'll be developing a plan for that. As well as updating policies and procedures for EOC operations. Now that we have a full senior staff group, we're looking forward to updating our policies and procedures to reflect the current makeup of senior staff, and council will be involved with that as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. I believe we're over to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Apologies for that. The item that we have is entitled Updated Land Use Procedures Bylaw. That principally looks at our land use development applications, and typically this is an update, but it's likely to focus on looking at the fees associated with applications as well as signage requirements. Also would likely take a look at our notice areas and possibly information around security deposits to the bylaw. And the procedures bylaw also would take into account the new proposed council procedures bylaw to ensure there's consistency between the land use procedures and fees bylaw and that bylaw as well. It is a relatively minor project in the scheme of things, and it is there's no budget requirement for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Perhaps minor, but very important, particularly as part of our procedures overall. So thank you for that. Councillor Zelka?
Just a very quick question. Is this the procedure bylaw that determines the minimum dollar amount for a issuing of a building permit in Oak Bay?
No, that's in the building bylaw. Yeah.
And one last one, undertake network security audit. Mr. Payne.
Save the best for last, Your Worship. So staff are recommending that the district undertake a network security audit every 3 years, and I would suggest that there's three main threats in terms of our IT environment that we face on a pretty regular basis, and that would be encryption of our data. Ransomware is an example of that. Theft or breach of personal or confidential information, and then what I would call social engineering or phishing attempts to defraud the district of funds using IT infrastructure as a means for that. So currently we contract with a very capable IT contractor for the design and the configuration, the maintenance, deployment of our IT environment, but no group of individuals is capable of contemplating all threats and keeping on top of all threats. So we recommend really a peer review of that every 3 years, and it would be a network penetration test coupled with a social engineering component, really a phishing test for our employees and elected officials. And I've conducted this in my past, and a little tongue in cheek. It's actually the elected officials that get tricked the most. So I'll give you a heads up now. A couple of years from now, if you receive some suspicious emails, keep your vigilance high, please.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Ms. Bay. Ms. Bay, could you put your microphone on? You speak so clearly, I didn't even notice it wasn't. So the people at home can't hear you.
My apologies. So it's important to note that these items will not be included in the draft budget to be presented to Council on February 6th unless Council specifically tonight directs Council to include them. So we are looking for some direction. Of course, this isn't your last opportunity to do so, but it is kind of the opportunity that will allow for you to get the information on the pricing and the staffing impact by February 6th. Obviously, there's a limited amount of time there, and it's not that we're trying to put a gun to your head, but we just don't have enough time to pull that together unless we hear tonight. So if attachment 4 items are not provided for in the budget, then staff will not be able to advance these initiatives until Council specifically directs us otherwise. So the direction to proceed with these needs to come with the budget in order to allow us to implement. So in reference to that article or that attachment, really before I move on to the next steps and staff recommendations, there's only 2 more slides. I realize this has been a long presentation, but I'll pause here for council discussion of attachment 4 and specifically looking for direction as to, is there anything from attachment 4 or other initiatives? You don't obviously need to be limited just to attachment 4, but are there other initiatives that you'd like staff to assess for budget and staffing implications before we come back with the budget, the draft budget on February 6th?
Right. So just for absolute clarification, if we move things off of attachment 4 at this point, it's not a commitment. It is just to get costing and staff impacts for doing that. That being said, the reality is that we've got some pretty important projects on the go, so we can't add too many new things into that pipe, and a lot of it's going to get out to individual departmental capacity. I also just said as a courtesy here, if we'll try and get through this reasonably quickly. I think what I'll do is if individual councillors, we just go around. If people have flagged things that they would like to consider as part of that, we'll just go around and I'll make a running list, and then we'll just sort of whoever wants to can motivate to that, and then we can have a short discussion and have a vote to see if we want to add it, and then we'll move on. I'm going to halt all of this. It's now just 40 seconds before 9 p.m. I want to just, at 9:30, I'm just going to take a stop, and I'm going to invite members of the public to come forward if they want to. Just out of courtesy, it's late. If anybody wants to address council at this time for anything that's been talked about to this point, welcome people to do so, and then we'll come back to this table and complete the processes for the night. Hopefully we'll complete this section before then, but if we're not, I'm going to just make a hard stop to grant that access. So I'm probably simplest for my mind to go around the table if people have some options on item number 4 prepared. I'd appreciate that. Councillor Ney, are you willing to go first if I do that, or would you like me to cycle the other way? Are you prepared to? Okay. Councillor Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, a question through you to Ms. Begg. The results of the 3 community meetings that we had last fall, has that material been assembled and published, do you know?
Ms. Bay?
Through the mayor, not yet. That's pending. What I have done is gone through some of our notes from those meetings, and what I've done is included in that list at a high level. In attachment 4, I've included kind of the sentiment behind some of the input that we received at those public meetings. And included those items that we weren't already acting on and that were within local government mandate. So I will say there were a number of initiatives that were proposed or items that were brought up through those meetings that weren't within local government mandate, and I did not include those on the list because those were really the responsibility of other levels of government. But I hope I've done justice to capturing that input in that attachment.
And I really appreciate seeing them, reflected here. But that is something that we should probably get out to the public at some point. And I take some responsibility for that. I think I had agreed to work with staff on doing a final report on the results of those meetings. And it's something that we haven't been able to get to, that I haven't been able to get to, certainly.
Ms. Varela?
Your Worship, there is a draft memo summarizing that is top of mind and will be coming forward to council in the immediate short term.
Okay,
thank you, Ms. Varela.
I just, before we get to the council comments here, in making my notes, there's a few things here that just caught my eye, and I just want to make sure I'm going to reflect this off of staff, and I didn't do this beforehand, I apologize. But I sort of numbered a number of things that sort of grouped into some things that are sort of already underway, and I just think it's worth noting. I mean, one of them, some of these have attached to sort of efficiency of the building and planning process and pieces. I think item number 2 on that list is an example. To my mind, and what I've seen inside of our organization under Mr. Anderson, is that a lot of that sort of the incremental improvements to the process piece of it, the procedures bylaw, the things like that fall into that piece, are happening, and I think I would just like to flag that. There's a couple of things here that relate to specifically to Oak Bay Lodge, and that's a process that the Crappler Regional Hospital District is now undertaking, and will be helping with that process in whatever capacity they allow us. Of course, a number of these things also are to do with housing, like the more student housing and things are under our housing framework piece that is already a council priority. A number of things touch on the village plan, which again is sort of not in a current priority, but is expected probably the preparation work to happen before the end of this term. And then a number of these are also zoning bylaw review, which is I think a broader picture question that we'd have to sort of, I think, is still sort of in our OCP plan, but if we want to move any of those aspects out and forward, I think we should have just to highlight. Those are sort of caught my attention that those are sort of already sort of framework pieces underway. So you're welcome to mention them or not if you want to sort of highlight them. But I think it's important just to recognize in this list even there's things that are already underway or being considered as part of our priorities. So sorry to interrupt there, Councillor Green, but go ahead.
No, that's fine. Thank you. So I'll just highlight the three under diverse housing that I feel strongly about. One is to develop a housing retention heritage preservation strategy, number 1. Number 6, house size restrictions, and this has to do with small lot infill policy. And I know that also affects the floor area ratio issue, but I think that should be at least looked at. And regulations for short-term rentals, I think, is another issue that has affected our community. Under sustainable service, active transportation improvements near Willow School, and I know that some of that will be captured in the intersection improvements that are being done by the developer of Bowker, but it may require some oversight as that facility opens and people are living there and traffic increases. And I'm not sure where that project is at because I know it involves the PAC at Willow School. The Henderson bike lanes, 24/7 signage. The Henderson bike lane issue I've been hearing about it for a long time, and that is primarily the parking in bike lanes on Henderson Road. I know that's been a real beef for a lot of cyclists that use that as a corridor, so just to flag it. Under sustainable service, the McNeil Bay foreshore erosion prevention options. And I'm sorry, I don't know what the email to staff was, Mayor.
Oh, I just sent a letter or email to staff of issues that I heard previously discussed at either at this table or in the community as a whole. So where it says that just was, I sent a letter with I think 4 items on it that are flagged in here.
Okay, thank you. And I think this one is particularly important if we're looking at climate action, climate change, and sea rise. So, and I know McNeil Bay has its challenges. Under service excellence, First Nations relationships. I know we do the C2C dinner each year, but I do believe there's room for improvement in that area that we could be doing more, and I would like to flag that one. Under quality of life, updating the parking bylaw, and this relates to some issues that have arisen on some of our streets, and I think Chief Brinton will be aware, but we do have people sleeping in vehicles on some of our neighborhood streets, and this is it's a real tough social problem, but it does affect neighbors. So I think the parking bylaw may need to be looked at because at this point there is no provision to prevent overnight parking. So that's a concern that has been expressed certainly in my neighborhood, and that's my list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. I'll try and be very quick on mine. I had the same 3 under diverse housing as Councillor Green did, so that was number 1, number 6, and number 9. Under sustainable service, I actually had number 3, which is Estevan Village sidewalks. I think with the increase in the Estevan Village on the popularity of the new businesses that are in and around there, that those sidewalks have been talked about for, I think, since I came on council in 2006. So that is something I think we should really look at. And then the Willows Beach infrastructure improvements, which is number 6. I also had number 7, the McNeil Bay. I think that's something that, again, has been talked about for a long time on council, and we just see it getting worse and worse every year. So I think that would be one of my top ones.
So what was the last one?
Number 7 for McNeil Bay foreshore.
Thank you.
Yep. And then under quality of life, I had number 1, the uplands regulation bylaw. Number 6, the update the parking bylaw. And number 9, which again kind of goes with what we talked about under the diverse housing, which is the
Sorry,
regulations.
I'm trying to just keep up here to make sure I capture a consolidated list. So number 1, under quality of life, what were the other 2?
Number 6 and number 9, but number 9 is also caught under diverse housing. I'd really love to see number 10, but I think that number 10 really gets captured more under the Parks Master Plan. That's the install more playgrounds. And I think that we have to do a Park Master Plan first before we can really tackle that one. And under quality of life, number 15, the steep slopes. And under health and resilience, number 5, which is increased fees for demolition permits. And I think that is it.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Green?
I'm sorry, I forgot the last page.
Oh,
So
no worries.
I'll just quickly jump to quality of life. I agree with Councillor Braithwaite, steep slopes and age-friendly initiatives, and to increase pedestrian safety. And then under health and resilience, again, increase.
Can you give me a number? I'm just trying to keep a list here.
I'm
So
sorry.
under quality of life.
So number 12,
Yep.
number 13, and number 15. And under health and resilience, number 5, increase fees for demolition permits, and number 8, increase reuse of demolition material. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Nope, no worries. Thanks, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just before I refer to my points, can I just ask sort of a procedural question? I had reviewed attachment 4 sort of under the concept of that, as Ms. Bay had referenced, that these were things that were going to be costed out. So I didn't necessarily prepare a long list. I prepared sort of a more confined list with the idea, sort of the assumption that staff would only be able to take so many of these things away. So I understand the value in the long list and sort of indicating I'm in support of many of the things on attachment 4, but I guess I'm just curious about the mechanism by which, and I can see staff, assiduously writing things down and taking a running tab of what's being stated at what point, but I don't think that they can produce the costing and the breakdown that was implied for all of those things. So do we need to provide more direction in that regard?
I think what I'll try and do is just, if people have, I think, as these are a bit of a long short list, we'll consolidate this and then we'll just have a discussion walking through them to see which of these we actually want to move forward, and we'll take motions for each of those as we go. As it's going to be the process I'm going to undertake. So. Well, I'm collecting notes, so I get a sense of which are if they're listed by, say, 7 people, that's a pretty good indication they're probably of interest. If there's just one, we'll have a bit of motivation, we'll have a quick discussion, and we'll send it off to staff if there's a will of council. But I will take a vote on each one, just so we have a clear guidelines to direct staff.
Okay, then I guess my long list is shorter than everybody else's, and that's probably going to help. I guess I'll just start with the one that I feel is key and critical and should absolutely be brought forward, and that's the parking bylaw. The parking bylaw is antiquated. And I think it should be recognized that it could very well pose a disincentive to further development activity. I think it's actually a time savings, resource savings, because I'm sure staff spends a lot of time preparing variance applications and bringing things forward to council to talk about exemptions for reductions in parking area. So
I'm just going to just give me numbers and we'll come to the debate after the fact. If we can. Sorry. I've got it on the list now.
Just in terms of longer term initiatives, then I'm also interested in renovations under diverse housing number 2, the rainwater bylaw, which is under health and resilience number 1, the uplands bylaw, and I'm sorry I've lost the number on the uplands bylaw, but I think that's fairly easy to find. Quality of life number 1. And then also an item which is in here, which has been referred to by a couple of other councillors, which I don't think is necessarily a priority in and of itself, but the advancing First Nations relations piece, I think it actually is sort of a broader scale topic that underscores a lot of our work, but I would be remiss if I didn't point it out.
Service excellence number 1, First Nations relationships. Councillor Zelka.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I've got a quick question for clarification first before I start on my medium-sized list. On the last page for staff through the Chair, number 11, blasting and rock removal. What is this, please? Or what is this? What is suggested by this?
I believe it was actually your request to have that on the list.
Blasting and rock removal says mayor email to staff, engineering services. I did suggest steep slopes on a previous page, but blasting and rock removal, this I'm not quite sure what that entails.
Oh, that is just sorry, you're right. That is a different thing. This was just the consideration of either a blasting bylaw or rock removal restrictions on development, those sorts of pieces.
Thank you very much. That helps. I was very pleased to receive the report from Building and Planning Department relating to steep slopes to effectively say that the approving officer already has the power to do whatever needs to be done in steep slopes. It may need to be beefed up a bit more, but I'm fine to withdraw my email on that one. However, I am still concerned about blasting and rock removal since it causes lots of consternation, and that does make it in some ways related to steep slopes because quite often they go together. So I would somehow make that one item somehow. So from the beginning of the list then,
sure.
In diverse housing, I'd be interested in number 1, heritage preservation in particular. I'm hoping we as a council, as a district, can encourage maybe another heritage conservation area moving forward as we attempt to reflect Oak Bay's unique character while at the same time moving forward with this procedure, with this priority, excuse me. And sustainable service. Oh, I apologize. Back on diverse housing, I would also be interested in more student housing. I know Camosun and U of Victoria are both advancing the strategic plans in these areas. I'd be very interested in seeing how we can help them with that. On sustainable service, number 3, Estevan Village sidewalks, I think is important. I have a comment about number 4. As I live in the Henderson area, I hear a lot of people very happy, people who live up there are very happy with the compromise, where there's not very much bike traffic after 7 p.m. So before 7 p.m., yes, I have to agree with you, but after 7 p.m., I don't see it. So I would not want to see changes there personally. Sustainable services number 7, McNeil Bay. With sea rise, I know we're doing some work on mapping, this is an obvious next step in that area. For service excellence, I'd like to add. I only have one item to add to this list, and I'd be interested in seeing if council would be interested in this additional item, which is to get Tempest online module. Victoria calls it the development tracker. Central Saanich has a development tracker. Basically, all of this information that's available, very easy it seems to me, to put online. And I understand it's less than 20,000, but I'm looking forward to an estimate from our Director of Finance at some point on that one, if Council is interested. And of course, number 1, that we can move forward on First Nations relationships, that would be great. Quality of life is fantastic in Oak Bay. I love it. Thank you. And the final one is health and resilience. Number 9. We need to maintain a placeholder for climate change. So whatever that's going to be, we need to consider it. And then the blasting and rock removal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zelka. Councillor Patterson.
Mayor, just for clarification, are you going to take a vote after this so that we narrow this down? Because all of the things that I had have already been covered, so I don't necessarily want to add that. I'll just wait till the vote comes and then vote on the ones that are on my short list. Thank you.
Fine. Yes. Councillor Name. So can you put your microphone on, just the Councillor Name?
Anything that hasn't yet been spoken to get it on the list, would be, but I thought these ones were being done, the active transportation improvements near Willow School. I think that's already being, no, I'll throw that one in. I'll put number 4 under sustainable service, Henderson bike lanes. I'm going to put the leaf blower regulation number 7 under quality of life. I don't know if anybody mentioned increased pedestrian safety under quality of life. And number 3 under health and resilience, electric vehicle charging stations.
Sorry, under?
Number 3 under health and resilience.
Okay, thank you.
I'll throw in 7, increased food security.
Thank you. Is that it, Councillor Ney? Thanks. And I don't have an awful lot to add to that list either. My list included, and again, whether these are all projects, I took some of these as actually belonging to existing pieces. So I have the regulations for short-term rentals as a consideration, active transportation to Willow School, Willows Beach infrastructure improvements, and that may tie into some of the First Nations relationship piece, frankly. The uplands regulations, not this year, but over the course of 5 years, perhaps starting to prepare that network plan to propose trails and paths. And the question of more recycling bins, like in public spaces, to actually allow recycling and composting options in public spaces is how I read that one. There's been any other new one I think I have on that list. And there were a couple of things here that, well, they're not big, are probably worth still doing earlier in this mandate than later. If we want to do them. One was the sign bylaw, which was related to the election signs. And again, best not to be doing that right before an election where there sort of can be perceived to be self-interest. And same thing with report back on potential changes to the elections and voting bylaw. I still think those two probably are possibly worth sort of working away at in the course of this term. And number 10 I had on there as well for rules for home-based businesses. And this is something I've heard off and on ever since I got on council, so I'll talk to that when we get back to it. That's a long list, so we're going to have to be efficient in how we get through these, if that's all right. And it's a little awkward going through them in numerical order, but probably the simplest way of doing it. So I have, just so people want to follow along if anything I've missed, under diverse housing, numbers 1, 2, 5, 6, 9. Under sustainable service, I have 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. I have, under sustain, and number service excellent 1 and a 2 for a potential new one for Tempest. Under quality of life, I have 1, 6, 7, 12, 13, 15. Under health and resilience, I have 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We want lots of health and resilience, apparently. And under other, I have 2, 4, 10, 11 for discussion. So quite a list there. We definitely can't do it all. So maybe we can just go through these in a reasonably short order, and in 7 minutes we'll stop and go to the public, and then we'll come back and finish our listing here. Again, recognizing these are not for decision tonight, but just for getting more costing and impact. But even just doing that is a lot of work. We ask that many. Councillor, Ms. Varela?
Your Worship, I believe you missed 9 and 10 under quality of life. And I just wanted to 9, 10, and 4 under quality of life.
Okay, thank you.
And then under 11, could I just ask for clarification? Was it just 11? Whoops, sorry. Under other, was it just 11?
I have
2, 4, 10, and 11? Thank you. Okay. So if I could just caution your worship, this really was a cleanup item. I think it relates to some of the conversation that we had on Monday night about resolutions that have been hanging out there potentially, or informal direction or community discussion. When we've done an analysis on capacity, and we anticipate having that at a standalone meeting coming up, but for example, we've calculated out roughly the Director of Strategic Initiatives workload right now, which works out to about 140% of her time available. So this, you actually have an excerpt on your dais that talks about if council is going to add items, you're going to have to drop something off because we're already at capacity we're over capacity without attachment 4. So before council pulls the vote and talks about providing more direction to staff, prepping for the February 6th meeting, I do have to have that candid conversation. So thank you for your indulgence.
No, I appreciate that, and it's certainly a strict reality we have to understand as we're going through this piece here. But we'll take that around the table as we go through this, and it'll be, this is where we have to earn our dollars, I guess, as we get right down to it. So if people are amenable, I'm just going to go through these, and we'll go through them reasonably quickly. I'll try and choose someone who's named it to sort of speak to it, and I'll let Esther take on a couple if she wishes. We'll do a quick motivation through. Yes, Councillor Ney.
Mr. Mayor, just in terms of process, I mean, we're 5 minutes to the time you're going to ask the public. And I'm just wondering, before we get into this decision-making, is it worth to take
Let's do that.
this juncture?
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Councillor Ney. It's a good suggestion. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to come forward and talk to council at this time? Yeah, come forward. We have a sign there though, which is very helpful to guide you to the seat. Welcome. If you just state, so if you could just state your name for the record with the microphone turned on and your municipality of residence, and you're welcome to speak.
Your Worship, councillors, good evening. My name is Stephen Bowker, and I live next to Quimper Playground. Just while I'm writing my name, a metric on deer from Mr. Appleton. Oak Bay has more deer per square kilometer than the CRD has people per square kilometer.
You can, if we also just ask that you also address comments through me, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Also, another comment through Your Worship to the engineering department. There's been a huge change in cycle traffic in Victoria this year because of e-bicycles. And a lot of the regular commuters on cycles are going to e-bicycles, and there's floods of them. The difference for engineering is that a pedal bicycle cruises at 10 to 15 kilometers an hour, an e-bike cruises at 20 to 25 kilometers an hour. So all of those bike lanes that Victoria just put in are soon going to be a huge problem. Okay, now, I sent a 2-page written submission electronically, which can be found, home audience, which can be found in the correspondence link of the agenda. As I'm a better writer than I am a speaker, I'm not going to read it out at this meeting. I suggest that the home audience find my submission and read it for themselves. Last year, Oak Bay was listed as one of the safest communities in Canada, so therefore in the world. It's safe by design. Way back in the Victorian age, it was planned as a desirable retirement destination community, and it remains so. If homeowners want to live in Oak Bay, and many do, the price of entry is a premium they must pay for the lot their house sits on and the ongoing premium price of their property taxes. By doing so, they buy the lifestyle of a sedate, picturesque, fully built, fully serviced, mature destination community. Of course it is safe. If it is so safe, then why do so many residents live in fear? The police, you can stand easy on this one. If it is so safe, then why do so many residents live in fear? And they do live in fear right now as we speak. They live in fear that one of their neighbors will sell out to a developer. Go out and ask anyone living beside an older house with a for sale sign in front of it. They fear that if a developer buys the property, then the sedate lifestyle that they have already paid a premium for will become a nightmare involving bulldozers, clear-cutting the existing gardens and trees, endless blasting, a year of construction mess, all resulting in a new house which will loom over them. That's fear, and we all know people who have that fear. In 2011, two-term Mayor Jensen introduced a new vision to the then 130-year-old desirable retirement destination vision. His vision was densification, and he had many sound reasons for it. But the policy changes he made to implement it have been visibly proven to be destructive to the historic vision that existing residents have paid a premium to enjoy. Although Mayor Jensen remained personally popular throughout his 7-year term, his densification vision for Oak Bay was soundly and unquestionably rejected in the 2018 election. In the only survey that counts, the election, the electorate sent a clear message to this mayor and council regarding the flawed densification policies. Stop them and then fix them or reverse them. For the benefit of the staff who were not in Oak Bay during these last 3 elections, in each of them, the densification vision was the cornerstone of Mayor Jensen's campaigns. In each election, he had but one opponent to his mayoralty and to his densification vision. And all 3 of those opponents are currently sitting members of this council. As well, 2 of the most vocal critics of his densification policies during his last term of office also sit on this council. So let me sum this up. Densification was a key issue in the last 3 elections. 5 members of council have publicly criticized the destructive flaws in Mayor Jensen's densification policies, and the densification candidate was soundly defeated in the last election. And yet, the council priorities being presented here today seem to be moving forward with Mayor Jensen's rejected vision, flaws and all, rather than correcting it or reversing it as the electorate expects. To me, this indicates a significant disconnect, either between staff and council or between council and the electorate. This disconnect must be resolved to align with the mandate that the vast majority of the electorate gave to council before this list of council priorities moves forward. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bowker.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Anyone else wish to come forward?
Graham Ross, Oak Bay.
Welcome, Mr. Ross.
There seems to be a wide-ranging, I don't want to be off topic, and if I am, please just tell me, but there seems to be a wide-ranging discussion here, and so I want to bring one point out, which is under initiatives, diverse housing, prepare a housing needs report, and the blue square is checked. Now, that to me is ambiguous. It indeed, the housing needs report was prepared, but the check would indicate that it's accepted. And I go back to a meeting or so ago when the housing need report was tabled and it was rejected and sent back for rework or revisions or more inclusive information. So I suggest that instead of prepare a housing needs report, it should read prepare a draft housing needs report. Because this is very apropos these days as there's an open house coming up and the housing needs report is going to be central to that, I believe. I would be interested to know, I can't ask questions of staff, maybe you people could, but I would like the question to be asked, when this open house is, the public is invited to this open house, will it incorporate changes to the original housing needs report that was tabled a few weeks ago, or is it based on that with no substantive changes? That's my point. If anyone has questions.
No questions, but we can give you an answer on the second question you had. Which, Mr. Anderson, do you want to answer the question as to what version of the housing needs report will be at the open house?
Yes, certainly based on council's direction, staff and the consultants have revised the housing needs report, and that will be presented at the open house upcoming.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to the first speaker's point. I think I just would make the point that it's impossible to read completely the intent of any election or direction. And I think I really do appreciate this council's effort to, frankly, look at the housing from a needs perspective and not from a purely looking for densification for its own sake perspective, and trying to find a lot of effort being made now to find the groundwork, to trying to find what are the missing pieces to make this a viable community in the long run. And that may include some more densification. I think there's an open mind here at this table as to what that's going to look like. So I hope that gives some comfort that the approach taken here is very much an open one and one intended to meet the direct housing needs. And I also just want to say that I don't think that that former Mayor Jensen's was a one-issue gentleman either. I think he brought forward many ideas and pieces in his terms of office. So I just don't want to let that sit out there. That was the only reason that decisions are made. With that now, I want to bring it back to this table and go through these items one by one. Councillor Zelka, did you want to add something?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to compliment staff and thank them for updating the advertising on the upcoming Housing Needs Report open house. It no longer talks about a completed housing needs report. It now talks about how Oak Bay has undertaken a housing needs report, and that implying that it'll be open to adjustment and input at the open house. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go through. Yes, Councillor Green.
In view of Ms. Farello's comments, what is the purpose now of voting? What will that? What will that?
There's nothing right now. None of these things on there, I think, our staff are going to provide any costing on or staff impact on. So I would hope if we have, if anything on here, a very short list, that would then, staff could come back and we would then consider that within the context of the impact of staff. We'd probably have to look at moving something off of our list, depending on what it is on this list. Some of these are minor, some of them are very substantial, so they cover the whole range. So I thought we'd go through quickly, see what might be included in things that are already underway. and then make motions if we see that we need to add something to that.
Sorry, and I think I'm saying that within the context again of managing public expectations and our own, but I agree with Ms. Varela that we mustn't sort of run away with ourselves, but I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And we'll just go through these quickly as we can, and we'll try and distill it down to some pieces. This is really hard. I mean, there are so many really valid and excellent possible projects that we could undertake with time and money available. So it is always the hard part of these things. So just going to go through the item. So under diverse housing, number 1, develop a housing retention heritage prevention strategy. Is this something that we want to activate outside of what's in the, I would suggest maybe a bylaw revision process for in a broader sense?
Mr. Mayor, just in terms of process, I'm struggling with what to say here because I don't know what we're hitting towards. Are we aiming for 1 or 2 or 3? And then those are, you know, it may not even be about the number because there's budgets attached to them. So I'm kind of slipping with this process.
I don't know exactly what the target number is. I think we're trying to highlight ones that if there's a close to consensus of this council that they're important, that we would like to at least see what the costing and impact would be, then we should move those forward to staff to get that information. I think if we out of courtesy to staff, want to make that list as short as possible. If it's 0, that's very easy. If it's 3, that's probably reasonably easy. If it's 10, it's getting to the point of adding a lot of work to staff. So I don't personally I don't know if staff probably doesn't want to answer that question either in terms of what the right number is. Ms. Varela, you gave us a very stern caution about adding too many things, if anything, to this list.
Again, thank you for that indulgence, Your Worship. Again, the fact that these are on here is simply staff's attempt to close off previous discussions because we find ourselves occasionally in dialogues about what's still out there that hasn't been addressed. While these didn't form part of a tracking mechanism, this is the best we've done to be able to compile these issues. And again, we'll take council's direction, but reminding about capacity and budget. So with endless capacity and budget, we could achieve a lot. So thank you.
You look excited when you said that. That's not going to happen. Yes, Councillor Braithwaite?
Perhaps just a suggestion, and that might be that looking at the numbers that we've chosen, for example, in diverse housing, is there anything in there that staff might be able to say to us, you know what, that's going to be covered off in, for example, the housing needs report. So that could be something like more student housing might be covered off in the report that's coming back from the housing needs report. And so maybe we don't need to even talk about it here because that's going to be included in that report, and then it'll be something that'll be in the future or something. I don't know. I'm wondering if there's anything that we've chosen that could be taken off because staff are going to say it's included somewhere else.
I'm going to go on a limb here. If it was completely included in something else, it would probably not be on this list if it was already completely actively underway as a separate project. Mr. Anderson?
There we go. I think it's a fair comment when you look at some of the items under diverse housing that the range of initiatives that I described at the outset of the meeting regarding diverse housing likely do capture or would lead to the potential. And a good example is more student housing. You know, if in fact we look at housing forms that might be more affordable, you would surmise that they might be available and add to the potential for student housing. So also maybe a point to be made is that there are initiatives that might encompass some of these, but also I think from staff's perspective there isn't necessarily clarity on what it is the intent is on some of these, and so we need to maybe seek some more
let me try to do
on
one more thing to shorten this conversation down a little bit. If I look at this, the first one is a little unclear, but there is a report given to council a few years ago sort of outlining some of the possible tools available to that. There's item number 2 is really covered under efficiency of building plan and process. The 4 is covered under Oak Bay Lodge. 5 is under really under the housing framework that we're already working on. The housing size restrictions would really come under the zoning bylaw review, considered in future. The same with incentives for renovations and prevent overdevelopment. I think the only one in section 1, frankly, that is sort of net new and urgent is the regulations for short-term rentals. So why don't we just put number 9 as a holder, if that's people are amenable to that, as a possible new piece, because that might be a regulatory thing we could consider in this term. Councillor Green, anything else you want to add?
I would agree with you. And in fact, the first three could be, they could be combined because they all relate to older homes, retention, and heritage. So you could take those three and collapse them into one, in fact.
Councillor Zelka?
By number 9, do you mean Airbnb or are those sort of short-term rentals, or do you mean something longer?
That's correct. That's my understanding. Short-term rentals, Airbnb, vacation rental by owner, other services that include short-term rentals.
So are you asking for input on this, or because it's not something I can support?
Okay. It's fine. You know, if this is the only one in number 1, why don't we have a quick discussion on it? Would someone like to just articulate their Councillor Green?
We may speak together, Councillor Braithwaite and myself. Just quickly on this one, it really impacts our availability for rental stock. I mean, it has a huge impact on long-term rental. And there are a number of Airbnbs, I know certainly in our neighborhood, there are many, and they pose problems for both for housing accessibility, for neighborhood, neighborhood and community. It's a really big challenge. So, I think it is worth tackling. I think we're long overdue in tackling the issue.
Just so I'm clear, I would take that to be sort of regulations and enforcement options for short-term housing. Mr. Anderson? I think you were reaching.
Yeah, the way I read it is that we would look at regulations that would allow for short-term rentals. Well, that's how staff would read something like that.
Yeah, so that's just good for have
currently
clarifications.
we don't permit short-term rentals. So if we're looking at a piece of work that says looking at regulations for short-term rentals, it would imply that we're going to be considering short-term rentals and considering regulations associated with that. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Currently, we do not allow for short-term rentals in the community.
So it's so it's really an enforcement issue then, is what we're looking at.
Yes, although that was a good question. I think it could be one, just we can essentially give direction to consider more forceful enforcement, and the other question could be are there aspects of that we would consider as a policy, so it's a bit more clear, like no more than 2 weeks a year or something for a property, so it doesn't become a professional piece. Those are two halves of that coin. But I read it, actually I interpret it because what I've heard is the amp up enforcement for it, not to actually put it in
And that's where I'm coming from too. Yeah.
Is that other people's? Councillor Zelka?
Exactly, in which case I'm on the same page. In other words, don't allow short-term rentals except in very maybe limited cases. So effectively, we do regulate them today. They're not allowed, and they're shut down, which is what I think is appropriate. And I also appreciate what was done for example, the Bowker Cadbury Bay building, which had the land contract, which specifically outlawed this aspect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to park that for a moment. Move on to sustainable service. Sorry, I need my glasses. I have on. So I'll take off. Again, I think with the active transportation improvements near Willow School, this is really probably coming back to the Director of Engineering's proposals. This is to actually start funding actively some of these active transportation programs without being so specific as to labeling it. Are we comfortable with that being included in that as our budgetary piece? And items, I think item 4 would be part of that. I think Estiman Village sidewalks is a little bit different in terms of our priority. I think that might either come under village plan, if we're looking at more than Oak Bay Village. It's been a long-standing issue that the sidewalks are in bad shape, but they're essentially owned by the buildings, and it's been sort of a hard thing to kind of come to an agreement on fixing it. Is my recollection of this issue. Councillor Braithwaite?
I think that's correct. I think that there's such a wide sidewalk there that part of it, and it's very different on either side of the road, on the Estevan Village. I still think it's something that, like, to me, it has been on the books for a long time to look at, and I think it's time that we try to do something about it before we get sued again. Because I'm pretty sure that we've had instances where the municipality has been found at fault for tripping hazards along that area.
I'm not aware of those, but it's possible. Councillor Zilka?
I concur on the Estevan Village. Safety issues are absolutely paramount, and if it's an aspect of us only owning half of the problem, then we need to work it so that we have input on the whole problem, whatever that involves. So it might take a bit of attention. So that's why I would definitely push a number 3. Number 6, I absolutely agree with you. The advantage of number 6 is that it ties in with the First Nations. Number 1 over in service excellence. So I kill 2 birds with 1 stone there. Plus the bathrooms are in terrible shape.
No, they've been all renovated, actually.
Well, of course they have, but we need more. That's what I'm saying. And just a reminder about number 4, the Henderson bike lanes compromise was cobbled together by under Chris Costin's time frame as a compromise. Be careful you don't create a riot in the area. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through these very quickly here. The active transportation wheel school, are we okay with keeping that within the framework of Mr. Horan's plan? Okay. Again, these are strategic priorities here, not sort of operational fixes. So I'm not sure the Estevan Village sidewalks, I think, came under that because of the piece, but if it's a safety issue, it's being dealt with by staff. If it's not. It's true. I think maybe I might suggest we consider that as part of our village plan, that we include Estevan Village, and that would help give us that flexibility of actually considering those broader design pieces. Yeah. Henderson bike lanes, I think, again, within that transportation plan, not as a strategic piece. The Bowker Creek multi-use trail improvements wasn't on anybody's list. So that leaves us really with the Willows Beach infrastructure improvements. I think this is a fantastic thing to undertake. However, I hear what was just said here about the constraints on our Director of Strategic Initiatives time for doing this, and I think at this point we'd probably be only looking at a sort of an early consultative process with Songhees and Esquimalt Nations for consideration, but I'm not sure. This is one that just bothers me. The last piece of infrastructure put down there was 1949. And it's such a destination beach that it just seems to be crying out for us to start taking some ownership of the facilities down there. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for making that statement. I do walk Willows Beach every day, and I can certainly say over the last 10 years, the deterioration has been significant. I would think some of the work that could be done, though, is probably operational. Things just like the signage is so faded and so dated and so disjointed, and parts of the fence that need painting and where the curb is coming away. So perhaps if we can't do a full infrastructure, which might be retaining walls and sidewalks and all of that, at least if it could get a very good tidy up and some new signage. It really is our face to so many visitors to Oak Bay, and it's just, it goes along with the cleanup of Municipal Hall. It really does make a difference to morale of the residents and visitors to Oak Bay.
I think if we add this for costing and impact, I think it would be looking at what would be the time frame available to consider this, as opposed to something in 2020 as a piece. So I'll based on that comment, I'll sort of have 9 for number 1, 6 for number for sustainable service, sort of kept on the list there as possibles. We also have the McNeil Bay foreshore, which is one, and this is one I just, and Mr. Horan, do you want to talk to us a little bit? Because this is really probably, I think, at most be getting some detailed design options. So if we have opportunities in future for doing some some erosion prevention work, we might look at that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So since 2012, we've been almost every year, at least in the last 3 or 4 years, we've been keeping track of how the erosion and if there's any movement, and things are looking quite good. There was also we also did an initial options analysis of what engineering or natural assets work could be done to mitigate any future collapse or any issues. What I would suggest is that this McNeil Bay is one of the key examples that I use to describe when someone says, what is the natural assets master plan for underneath the asset management program? So it is on the radar, and it is something that we're tracking and planning for, including there's money in reserves meant for this capital project. So I think it's there, and I think there's progress being made on this one. It may just be a communications reporting out question. So perhaps I would suggest maybe an update at some point in the near future on the issue, but I don't think any further action needs to be taken because it's already being done at my level.
I think that's appropriate that we have information attached before we make any decisions. Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, just, when I'm looking at that, and just as you were talking, Mr. Haran, it made me think about the location of McNeil Bay and how it's part of the migratory bird sanctuary. And so I'm wondering if there's any opportunity, if we're trying to stop erosion of that area, that we might find granting of some sort through an organization like the Migratory Bird Sanctuary to keep that in a state where it's still good for the birds. I don't know. I mean, it's maybe something to think about.
Okay. Again, probably not part of strategic priorities piece of this, but I think at some point we have to have some options available so that we can start putting, knowing what the capital costs are. So the natural asset master plan, if that's part of that, makes sense. But let's get the update. I'm comfortable with that, and we can consider this as strategic priorities. If that's something that's necessary to kind of attach some. This is actually a budgetary process, so if we're not going to add money, then it's probably not so relevant. So service excellence doesn't really have any budgetary component to it. Is there anything specific there that people would like to add on the service excellence with the First Nations? And then I'll get to the Tempest question as well. Oh, Councillor Patterson, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to raise the fact that when we were at the All Councils meeting, one of the elders of the Songhees Nation voiced some concerns to me, and so it really did come across loud and clear that we could improve the reach out that we do to them. But I think that this item could fall considerably to members of council and some of our volunteer groups, so that it wouldn't necessarily require an extensive budget or time of staff.
Fair enough. And I would say this is part of our strategic priorities. In any case, it's already in our list of things to be doing. So I don't think unless there's anybody says differently, I wouldn't add anything on that. Councillor Zelka, you had the Tempest development tracker, or at least a tool to report out on developments as they're happening and make that sort of more transparent to the community. Before we get to that, can I just turn to staff? Is there any plans currently in process at this point for adding software or other aspects to provide that level of information to the public, either through Tempest or through another tool? Ms. Varela, Mr. Anderson?
Your Worship, not at this immediate time. One of the things with those tracking tools is that it takes a significant amount of staff time to update those. I don't believe those are currently in the director's work plan, but I'll defer to Mr. Anderson on that.
Yeah, just to continue on that, Your Worship, there is an upgrade to Tempest, and that's been identified, and an estimated cost has been shared, I believe, in the past on that. But there's also the component of actually staff working on putting that together, and also having staff in terms of technology also managing that. So there are about 3 components to that, one of which has been mentioned, that is the cost for the Tempest component.
Thank you. If I might ask, Could we just raise this issue at the time that you're bringing forward the land use procedures piece, as to maybe a holding piece in there, as to say, one of the options in this process is for sharing information would be that, and that we can consider that within that framework, because I think we're trying to improve the timeliness of information and the right information at the right time and all those sort of pieces in that. And I think having that housing procedures piece, application building procedures piece would probably be very helpful, because then we can maybe use that to identify gaps and see if there's some technological tools that we're still not meeting at that time. It's probably my read of that. Councillor Zelka, this is your initiative, so I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would be fine if it was a placeholder was put on the land use bylaw work to at least consider it. This is something that I've been sort of talking about since 2015. I came across some research. The city of Surrey, of course, as everyone knows, is growing incredibly fast. They came up with some hard numbers with respect to costs for interactions with the public. In 2015, a walk-in face-to-face exchange from the public to staff was estimated at $9 of staff per interaction of staff time. A phone call cost $4.50 per interaction of staff time. An email from a member of the public was $2.50, again 2015, whereas responding to social media or setting up the web was only 25 cents per interaction. The reason why I brought this forward is that I understand we are using Tempest actively. I understand the data is already there, it's already in place, and I hear that many of our brother and sister local authorities have already set this up to effectively make visible the work that's already sitting there. I would not hope it would involve a huge amount of operational work, but of course I don't know the details. So I'm looking forward to more information, but just having a placeholder would be fine for me. Thank you.
There's no direction here at this one. I think we'll consider, I guess, I don't want to be so specific as to Tempest, but if there's tools available within that, our procedures bylaw and the housing piece to make the information as available as possible within that context, I think that's worth considering. And we'll leave it at that. Mr. Anderson?
I'll just note that the use of Prospero and Tempest is the method that I was involved in my previous employ in Nanaimo. So it's quite easy to have the information that's already in Prospero related to applications and then assign tasks and have that uploaded into the system. So it is, we're using Tempest and we're using Prospero. So I think there's some value in considering that technical tool or technological tool for this effort. Thank you.
Moving on then to quality of life. This has got the longest list of them all. Item number 1, I think, is probably the one that we struggle with the most, as we've had a couple of, a number actually of applications in the uplands that we're relying on the design and building, design and siting component to control the massing, and that seems difficult. It's not working well, and I don't think it's fair to the development community or homeowners or anything where what we're accepting as design and siting is not in sync with the actual massing restrictions. So I note the note here from staff, and this really should be part of a broader bylaws review. On the other hand, I think it's one of those things that's here because we're having this issue at the political table where it should be more of a policy-based piece. And if there's something that we could consider in the short term of just realigning the massing at least, or site coverage, and something a bit more alignment with what the council's expectations are. I know it's not a simple thing to do necessarily, but it's something that we may still have to take an imperfect short-term solution as we do the broader one. So I think that's why that's there. And I think that's, that might have a positive impact in the rest of this term in terms of at least dealing with siting and design as it's meant to be. The other pieces that we have here on our list are, sorry, I'm just going through here, 6, parking bylaw. It is an important piece, but again, is that separate from the broader zoning bylaw questions or the things? That's a question. We don't have dramatically large numbers of variance requests on that at this time, but it will come forward with every multifamily piece. So again, most of those multifamilies are happening in the village, so that would be a piece. Councillor Patterson, Councillor Zelka.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I really think the parking bylaw ties in also with our housing strategy. in many ways, and so I think we're going to have to, and I don't know what kind of information is going to be coming out in the housing plan, but I would expect some components of parking will impact on that planning. So I would think we're going to get to it at least in part.
Councillor, actually, I go to Councillor Appleton, who had this as one of his primary pieces.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. I do believe that the parking bylaw underscores a lot of potential development options for the community, and I do believe that it allows us to incorporate things like EV charging infrastructure and those kinds of things, requirements into existing developments, into redevelopment scenarios. And basically it is essentially an antiquated bylaw compared to new standards, and it allows us to modernize that bylaw and reflect sort of the more sustainable active transportation future for the municipality. So I understand the connection between that and zoning and things like the village plans, but I do feel it has sort of like tendrils that extend into a bunch of other municipal operations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor Zelka. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Chair. I can support the adjustments and updates to the parking bylaw, and who knows, maybe the Climate Change Committee may find a way of getting some updates to that bylaw in some of the work they're doing, possibly. But I did want to take this a moment to just go back to number one for a moment. The uplands regulations, and I do notice that on nowhere on our website and nowhere on the internet anywhere is the Oak Bay Special Powers Act available. The only way you can actually get the wording of that act is to go to the legislation, pull the paper, and photocopy it. It is not available anywhere. We have a reference to it on our website in the section called Advisory Design Panel. Both the reference to the Powers Act and the reference to Bylaw 3545 both go to Bylaw 3545. I beg and plead, could we please put a copy of the Oak Bay Special Powers Act up there at the very least, and then I would be happy with number one.
Okay, again, these all add work to staff, so I just, we have to, if you want to do any of these, we have to prioritize them, so.
I will gladly send the PDF to staff and to help.
Well, that part, yes, that's not a strategic priority, that's just a housekeeping piece. So I have 1 and 6 as possible considerations to get some costing back from staff. We also have, everything under here is pretty much on here. Regulation for short-term rentals, I'll scratch that off. The playgrounds piece was I'll scratched off. Okay. Network plans. So I'm just down to 12. H-front initiatives. I think that's vague enough. We can probably scratch that off. Increase pedestrian safety. Again, yeah, that's. Let's make sure I've got nothing else here. 7. The leaf blower regulations, are we okay moving that in this current path as opposed to adding it to it? The leaf blower regulations, it's currently sitting with CAWG. Is that, are we going to rip that out again, or are we okay with the current process?
Question related to that, because there is a place here under health and resilience where it says additional items to address climate action. So I'm just wondering, in terms of timing and budgeting and new priorities, when the Climate Action Working Group comes forward with their recommendations, how does that get considered by the council, both in terms of additional priorities and budgeting?
Right, so there's going to be a notice of motion. So next council meeting, I believe, Councillor Appleton will bring something forward. It's actually asking us to put some money aside in our budgeting process. So we have at least a placeholder for some funds, so we can. It doesn't sort of have to come in at the last minute and beg for some additional money. Yeah, that's the process we have currently anticipated. Okay, so are we okay with Councillor Ney? It was your primary piece.
It's a little bit of a, because I don't know what the working group's going to do with that. So if I say let it go, then it's gone, right? So.
Well, it'll come back in the working group.
Okay. Okay.
And then 15, steep slopes, Councillor Zelka. Okay. So really I have 1 and 6 as possible on that. Health and resilience. So rainwater management bylaw. Obviously really worthwhile doing. Is that something we're okay with sort of doing under the general zoning bylaw amendments that we're looking at? Councillor Appleton, that was yours.
I do see it as important. I guess what I'm not seeing here is sort of I wasn't proposing that this be something that be considered for 2020, but rather is just something that be kept on the radar for future consideration. So I just note that we don't have sort of a future considerations package here. I'm just wondering whether some of these items that we've brought up in this long list could then form some kind of, I don't know what format it would be put into, but I would see this as something that I think we should stick a pin in and be conscious of doing, not 10 years down the road, but maybe 2 to 3 years down the road. But what is the mechanism for us capturing that and revisiting it at a later date?
So my take on that is that we're actually looking at doing a zoning bylaw review within this mandate, so that might fit within that piece of this. But Ms. Varela, you had a...
I don't believe it would actually fit in the zoning bylaw, Your Worship. So the idea is if this is something that's council can see happening 2 to 3 years down the road, what we're requesting tonight is that we're either going to get costing and figuring out how to put something in the work plan, or ideally, if council can say this is something we want to look at 2 to 3 years down the road, then we actually get you to bring it back at strategic planning for that relevant year, so that we don't have this. This one was actually generated by previous council. So if you look down that column on the source, you can actually see where these come from. So these have been sitting out for quite a while, and we're trying to either clear them off. So let's get them to the year in which council would actually like to action them, or direct staff for action on them within the context of current budget and work plans.
Which is, okay. Yes. Councillor Zelka?
Just adding 2 cents, if I may. I want to take this opportunity to thank staff for bringing this entire list forward from previous mandates, previous meetings, all the meetings that we've had this year. This has been very, very helpful. I'm hoping that this will help and possibly come forward again at next strategic planning as well. I don't know whether staff is intending on clearing the slate for anything we don't put a pin in, but I would hope that this whole list would come back. Thank you.
Ms. Varela?
It would be a councillor who brought it back for next strategic planning, Your Worship.
So they could take this list and bring back what we see as priorities?
Yeah, staff will be letting go of this unless we receive direction from council, which means it goes on the current tracking list because it'll form a resolution.
Okay. So under health and resilience, we have 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're running out of time. Again, I'll read that again. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are there anything on here that people want to pull out as a strategic initiative to get funding and implication costs for implementing? Yes, Councillor Green.
Thank you. I wonder if I can first suggest that 5 and 8 could be collapsed into one. Increase fees for demolition permits and increase reuse of demolition materials. So they are related. And I think this is an urgent matter, and I would like to see funding allotted to this. I'll tell you why. If you've noticed over the last 9 years, the amount of demolition material leaving this community by truck, the number of yellow bins in front of demolition sites of materials that should have been recycled or reused, it's pretty shocking. So I would like to I would not like to lose this one because it has the most visible impact on the community in terms of what's happening with housing. It's very I think people are very aware of it and they're watching it. So I would like to see something. I've talked about it for years. I think in my first term in Oak Bay, I talked about demolition waste management. So these two are kind of related, but I would certainly defer to staff through you, Mayor, to Mr. Anderson for guidance.
I'll go to Mr. Anderson, but Councillor Appleton, you wanted to add something as well?
Just briefly, well, I guess Mr. Anderson will respond, but I'm just wondering whether item 5, fees for demolition permits, is included in what's already underway as far as the review of the building procedures bylaw and in terms of the review of fees that he referenced.
I might also ask the question is, are we able to just add up fees at our own discretion, or do we have some limitations on what we can charge for things like demolition permits? Mr. Anderson, if you can answer that question.
Well, you certainly do have discretion in terms of setting the fee. You'd want to do that in the context of the region and of course looking at the other costs associated, with construction activity. They are somewhat related, but I'm just going to tell you that I think the demolition permit fees would probably not be comfortably set to then have some impact on encouraging reuse. I think what we have in terms of our context, we have a community plan that speaks to the recycling of building materials. So we do have some policy direction that encourages that. How you actually regulate that is sort of the bigger question, and you can possibly incent it or try and sort of inverse incent it by virtue of setting your demolition fees. But it's really a market demand, and it's sort of if you will, a cultural shift in terms of energy efficiency and reuse of buildings and respecting the as I think we term it, the embedded value in existing homes, and so it's this bigger piece. But which part of that jello on the wall you sort of attach the implementing a policy to? That's something we need to look at. I know that we're seeing companies that are starting to make a living, if you will, off of that function. So the market is starting to sort of pick up that, there is some merit in at least reusing materials coming out of construction activity. So thank you.
All right, I'm going to leave that one sit for a moment. Is there anything else on this list that people want to see as being needing to be added to our strategic plans in some way, and get some costing back? I mean, some of them are a little general in terms of increasing food security and things that aren't really a project. Number 3. Sure.
I'm just wondering. I mean, it's that's something I think that has been around from a previous council. I think the original suggestion was to see if we could put charging stations on lampposts, which was something that's done in other countries where they actually do the electricity up through the lamppost because the electricity is already there. But then I think we looked into it here, and I don't think you were here yet, Mr. Haran, and it was something to do with the voltage or something that was going up the lamppost wasn't the correct voltage that you would have to have for an electric vehicle or something like that. I can't remember. But anyhow, it was a suggestion back then. And I think that as a municipality of our size, to only have 2 electric vehicle charging stations that are run by the municipality, not including the one at the police station, I think that that's something that we should, with the increase of electric vehicles, we should be looking at having at least a few more charging stations. At the rec center would be a really good example, at Henderson and at Oak Bay Rec, and at Monterey Center as well.
So I'll have number, sorry, what numbers that was? Thank you. I was looking too far down the list. Again, a strategic priority is a reasonably straightforward one. Just give a policy direction to try and look for more opportunities, I guess, is one. Councillor Zelka?
I understand some funding is available for that one as well through the province.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Anything else on this list? I guess I would only put in there is I don't think we've ever had costing done for what it would look like to actually. I know there are definitely problems with getting to it, but moving to having recycling and composting in our public spaces, so on Oak Bay Avenue and at the beaches and things, and it's a huge aspect of our impact in terms of waste, not being able to separate out those. So I don't know. I know lately in the past it was not a simple thing, But I would still like to see that at least at some point this term come back with some hard numbers of what it would look like. So I would like to see that added to our, at least over the 3-year work plan, at least some numbers attached to that.
If I might, I know that that's something that the BIA has looked at as well, especially for night markets, etc. It's a huge problem with having so many people on the street for any of the events that they have, and so having recycle stations. Good recycle stations along Oak Bay Avenue at a minimum, and probably down at Willows Beach as well, would be, I think, a really good idea for us.
Again, there are, in a small community, difficulties on these things, I know, but I think I would like to see that added to our, at least the 3-year plan, to come back with some numbers, not to actually, even if we don't do it, but at least give us some ideas of what that might look like. And then we have under other, 2, 4, 10, and 11, unless there's something else that I'm missing. So 2 is sign by law, and 4 is report back. Let's leave those 2 for now. I think there's just the people who would be responsible for that are, I know, knee deep in all the other pieces that are going on. I'll probably bring it back next year under my own volition. Number 10, rules for home-based business, and 11, that's the blasting and rock removal. I think that's going to have to wait, given all the other priority pieces. So really, it's just rules for home-based business, and this is something I've heard. It's just been this constant request over years that are very, you're only allowed to have a home-based business with visiting if you're a piano teacher or one other allowance, and it just is totally out of alignment with the realities of modern life, where, if it's considering some tweak to that would allow for more broadly based, only one client or 2 clients at a time or something, so it doesn't impact parking, but isn't quite so restrictive. I think it's time. It's been talked about before I got here, and it's still being talked about. And again, not necessarily has to be done this year, but there's a lot of people who just want to run their businesses legitimately and can't under the current bylaw. So I still think that has merit, whether or not it gets, again, not necessarily this year, but I'd hate to see it drop off the face, because I think it's one of those pieces that's just good governance. When you have reasonable people who can't do things reasonably because our bylaws don't allow it, it seems people start ignoring our bylaws. Always my concern.
And I think
yes.
it also stops people from moving into our community as well because of those rules as well. That they can't get a business permit for their business, and so it perhaps precludes them from moving into Oak Bay.
Anyway, so the only one I have on that list then is 10. Is there anything else that people want to add? Councillor Zelka?
I can certainly support getting some estimation on number 10. I did want to ask a question about number 11 with respect to blasting and rock removal. A question through you to building and planning. Would this be something in the is it the plumbing and blasting permit? I'm trying to remember which bylaw might be. I know which. I forget. Is it the building one? Whichever one that would do the regulations around blasting and removal.
Yes, the building bylaw has some references to blasting. Just to be clear, though, that blasting is a federally regulated activity, but we do issue a blasting permit and notice to neighbors regarding the same. But it would be in the building bylaw, and I'm not entirely sure what the rock removal refers to, because it could be moving rock that you've blasted for a foundation from a house, or it could be referring to whether or not there should be some look at how much sort of the rock outcropping or that is removed as part of a development. But as I think council knows, the blasting is associated with the footprint of the building in a building permit, and it's guided by the building bylaw. Thank you.
If I may. For me, what this would entail would be maybe somehow, either through policy or through bylaw adjustments, finding a way to provide a bit more respect for the natural topography instead of blasting away and completely overtaking the natural topography. In some way, if at all possible. So the general question is: could some adjustments be done here through policy at the council level, or being federally regulated or mandated? Is this something that we have little control over? Question.
I think what I'm hearing is that this is around, if you will, the extent of blasting, and I should clarify that the blasting is associated with the foundations in some situations, but it's to do so for a home that's permitted by the zoning on the property, so that the I guess regulating the extent of blasting is really, when it comes right down to, about regulating the extent of the building footprint on a property, which is zoning. And again, where the blasting occurs is within the building footprint, for example, for a home. It's not typically beyond. It may involve some servicing or perhaps some driveway access elements as well associated with that, but for the most part, it is limited to providing for the foundation for the home that is permitted by the zoning on the property.
Very briefly.
Very briefly.
Very briefly. So I know we're running out of time. I just recall there's one house south of here where the blasting was done to the property line, not to the footprint, so that at street level they could walk around the entire house, even though the next door neighbors is now a cliff face. So I have no problems with staying within the footprint, but it's beyond the footprint into the setbacks that I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think this is a point of just trying to keep the topography intact as much as possible in these developments. But again, is it something we want to tackle in this term or not? Is the big question just in front of us here in terms of what that impact would be. So my winnowed down list, as much as it is winnowed down, I have number 9 maybe on section diverse housing, which is regulations for short-term rentals. Number 6 on sustainable service, which is Willows Beach infrastructure, again possibly. 1 and 6 on quality of life, which is uplands regulation and update parking bylaw as the 2 potentials. Health and resilience, I have 3, which is install vehicle charging stations, and 6 more recycling bins, and 10 on other, which is home-based business modifications. That's kind of the extent. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Councillor Zelka?
Sorry, was the Tempest also added to one of the other ones, or requested to?
Not as a separate item for priorities. It would just be coming back underneath the...
As part of land use. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Green?
Excuse me, what happened to number 5 under health and resilience? Have we made a decision on that?
We haven't made any decisions on anything. The increase, the demolition permits are just sitting in. I don't have it on my list, but if you, I was sort of listening for murmurs of assent on those in terms of what that would look like. So,
well, I think this is a big issue in the community. I really do. The whole demolition issue. So if there is a way of incenting developers and owners to retain houses rather than demolish them, then I think we're overdue at looking at the fee structure. So I would hate to lose this.
If we decide to move it right now, it would go to staff and they would come back and sort of say, here's kind of the complexity of that issue, and here's where it would probably have to sit in terms of timeframes and cost and external consultants if required, that sort of piece. So
I would appreciate that information. Thank you.
We have to limit how many of those questions we ask of people, that's all. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, through you to Mayor, to staff, just wondering if we know when the last increase to demolition permits was?
Mr. Anderson?
I can just speak to the fees are in the building bylaw, and the building bylaw is 2005. I don't believe there's been any updates to fees since 2005.
I think we did one update a couple of years ago, yeah. After the, yeah, I think there was actually one more that we did all the fees, an update on all the fees in the last term. Okay, so we have a total of 3 minutes and 10 seconds before we run out of time that we have to extend. I just want to do this by motion so that we're very clear that we're talking as a body and not by individuals. So I've tried to distill down what I've heard, but not, none of this has been managed yet. So, sorry, and I will add for vote item number, I'll just call it item number 5 under health and resilience, if that's okay. That's the demolition, so we can have a decision on that. And we may have to have a quick vote to go a little over, but we'll try and get through these reasonably quickly. So item number 9 on diverse housing, which is regulations for short-term rentals, are really looking at enforcement and possible development of a more formal policy piece. Is that something that this council wants to see tackled in this over the course of the next 3 years? And Ms. Varela?
Just a note on this item, Your Worship, that this would also trigger a service level discussion. So again, staff would bring back a discussion about the complexity. I can give you a heads up that this would have a service level about our bylaw enforcement abilities.
Yeah.
Just a question through you to staff. Is it not such that we actually are supposed to be enforcing this anyhow? Because don't we already have something in place that stops short-term rentals? Just a question.
Again, we have 0.5 of a bylaw enforcement officer in a lot of bylaws, so it would be a service level discussion. So if staff was directed to increase service levels, take out an active enforcement approach about this, it would be a very different approach than you currently have. But again, we would defer to council if they want to give us the resources for that.
Okay. Thank you. So I think, again, we're not coming back with a plan here, right? It would be sort of two pieces. One would be sort of what would enforcement service level impacts be, and one would be developing a policy. Is that a fair and sort of a rough number of the time frame and hours and cost attached to that? It wouldn't be. It would not be. We're not looking for fulsome reports here. Just sort of some order of magnitude and what we would have to drop off to allow for it to go forward.
Yeah, within what we can do, and again, I'm not sure if we can actually. Some of this we'll be able to do in-house without additional cost. Some will have significant cost or trigger a service level discussion. So we could bring back and we have to make a resolution, Your Worship.
Please make a motion just for 15 minutes longer.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:45.
Second.
Who seconded? Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? And no one opposed. Okay, so we have 15 minutes to finish this up.
So staff would, on these items, we do have 9 of them. So again, I'm going to have to take this away, have a discussion with the directors and see what we can actually bring to you before February 6th. We'll try to keep things as high level as we can and do what we can within the time
I'm not sure we're going to have
constraints.
9. I'm going to go through these quickly by motion and just see where we actually want to get to. And I appreciate, again, these are all excellent things to do. It's always just a question of what can we get to in this term. And I think it's worth having a few of these on the table just because it gives us some idea of what those costs are and given and there's all these other priorities and we're going to be considering those as well. So, so if you don't mind, I'm just going to go through these in order and we'll just have a quick motion to include item number, and I'll just give the number and if we want to have a quick discussion, we can, but basically we're just going to call the question on these. I think we've talked about most of them. So item number 9 under diverse housing, which is regulations for short-term rentals.
I'll make the motion to include number 9 under diverse housing regulations for short-term
Number
rentals.
9 is good. Yeah, we're good. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Okay, it's a mover and a seconder. So it's on the floor. Just all those in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed, Councillor Zelka and myself. Probably won't vote actually if there's not a deciding vote. So that goes forward. We have item number 6 under sustainable service. This is Will's infrastructure improvements. Just want to make sure we're clear about what that actually is before we add it to a list, because I think it would really be to consider over the next 3 years coming up with to work on a plan, I guess, probably over the next 3 years and make initial outreach to First Nations to get a sense of what's possible down there. Ms. Varela?
So clarification for staff, Your Worship, would it be, we had used the term facelift for infrastructure, existing infrastructure at Willows, and there was also First Nations consultation. So could we just get a clarification on expectation?
I think we're looking at what new infrastructure we can have down there. I think the facelifting piece is part of the maintenance piece required. So this would be anything net new that we want to consider down there. So it'd be really probably a Willows Park plan. And before we start that, we're just going to require some First Nation consultation. So that would be what would be considered. I think is that reasonably in agreement around the table, what that would look like? Okay.
So I'll make a motion to include number 6 under sustainable service.
And I can second that.
Moved and seconded. I don't think there's any more discussion required. All those in favor? Opposed? Not seeing any opposed to that, so. Item on quality of life, I have number 1, which is tackling uplands regulations. This would be looking at the possibility of doing this before the general zoning bylaw, which is, I think we're looking at 2 or 3 years out. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson, for the general zoning bylaw changes?
Yes, 2022, we begin the zoning bylaw.
Okay. So this is the consideration of moving this one piece of that up, essentially. So can I just get a mover and a seconder
I'll
for
move
that?
number, including quality of life, number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not in support of this particular element. I think that the discretion afforded in the bylaw is there for a reason. I think we have been dealing with variance requests coming to council, and they do application of standards at the council table. Admittedly, is difficult, but I think that. A lot of the issues that we've run into are attributable to some very large scope developments, some developments that have some very large scale components to them that I think could be staff provides applicants with a way forward on these things and provides them a framework to work within. So I don't agree that this is so difficult to manage on behalf of the proponent.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I'm not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Appleton opposed. Item number 6 under quality of life, which is the parking bylaw update. Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion on this? Just so I can get clarification of what we're asking staff to do, is this a broad base for all parking or really multifamily, or what's the intent of this to move this forward ahead of the zoning bylaw consideration? Well, Councillor Appleton, you were the one who spoke to it.
Sure.
So get clarification of what your anticipation is.
I think that this is, in respect of staff's time, I think this is confined to the existing parking bylaw, and specifically about the requirements for new development and where renovations and things of that nature trigger variances, those types of things, and what essentially bringing the parking, I think the parking bylaw is 1986. I think bringing the parking bylaw more in line with what modern equivalents from other jurisdictions would represent and what it would capture.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zelka?
Thanks, Chair. I'll be voting against. I feel this can be handled on a one-off basis when folks come to council with variances. Thank you.
Councillor Braithwaite?
And I'm going to be voting against it as well. I agree that it has to be updated, but I think that it could be considered as part of the housing needs strategy when it comes up as well. It would be included in there.
Okay, thank you. And I do agree it needs to be updated. I think it's not so urgent that we can't deal with it as part of our other pieces. And it does provide us some mechanism for getting looking at amenities and considering it in the context. So I'm okay with letting it sit for a couple of years while we go through the other pieces, but I also understand why you'd want to move this one forward. It does make again, like many of our things, it's sitting a little out of sync. All right, I'm ready to call the question. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 4 opposed. Councillor Nee, Braithwaite, Zelka, and Patterson, or Braithwaite and Patterson. Looking the wrong way. See, I'm all discombobulated. Item number under health and resilience. Item number 3, electric vehicle charging stations. This is, again, to come back with what that would look like.
I'll move number 3 under health and resilient.
And seconded.
I'm assuming a general cost of what a electric charging station costs is probably included in that. Well, we're not going to get to that, I don't think, at this point. So, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Number 5 on the list, which is demolition permit fees. And
I'll move number 5.
And I'll second.
moved and seconded. I'm still sitting a little unclear. Mr. Anderson, are you reasonably clear on what you can bring back in terms of what the options are for this and impacts?
Again, if the focus is specifically on the demolition permit portion of the fees of the building bylaw, I think I'm clear that that's what we're looking at.
That's good enough? Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, all those in, Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not supporting it this time. I think that it's something that's valid to consider, but like a lot of the things that are being considered tonight, I don't think that it needs to be done at this time, given other priorities.
Thank you. I think it's a good thing to do. I also think it has, in the overall scheme of the housing costs, the demolition permit cost is so minor. I've been talking about the millions of dollars, but we'll put it on the table here. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed, Councillor Appleton, Councillor Braithwaite, so we'll get the information back on that. And what else did I have on that one? 5, 6, recycling bins. Need someone to move it and second
I'll
it.
move number 6 under health and resilience.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. And then other, I have 10, I think all that was left for that. So
Move number 10.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. All right, I think that gets us to our list. Is there anything else outstanding? Anybody else? Oh yes, Councillor Green.
Thank you. I just have a question for clarification to, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Anderson. I just lost it. You had said 2022 for the zoning bylaw review, but in this document somewhere it says 2023. So I just wonder if I could get clarification, please. Thank you.
Yeah, again, I think what we have is we saying that we'll commence the zoning bylaw update, but it would be a multi-year initiative. So we'd commence it in 2022, later in 2022, but it would carry into 2023 likely.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, let's go through the recommendations then, piece of this. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Zalka.
Very quickly, for number 11, blasting and rock removal, I just wanted to confirm through building and planning that the building the new tree protection bylaw, I understand, allows some protection for trees that are on the line and also on the property just beyond the line next to a house that's being excavated. Just wondering whether that might alleviate some of the issues here. Just wondering if I could have an update on the new tree protection bylaw. Did I remember correctly?
Mr. Anderson, are you
Apologies, I don't think I can give an update on the tree protection bylaw. I'm not managing that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a series of recommendations here at the end of this. So if we can just do those pieces.
Do you want them individually or all at once?
We can actually do them all together. I think we've already included the adjustments, the council priorities, which are really not adjustments. There's pieces on there. It's just adding some other things for bringing back to the budgeting process. So let's do them individually just so it's clear.
Okay, so I'll move that council reaffirm 2019-2020 council priorities.
Second.
Oh, you can do the and that.
Oh, and that council approve the council priority metrics proposed in the January 16th, 2020 report from the Director of Strategic Initiatives.
And further that council.
Further that council direct staff to obtain public input and report back with administrative, operational, financial implications of council identified initiatives for implementation 2020 to 2022.
And initiatives identified in attachment number 4.
And initiatives identified in attachment number 4.
Is that sufficient?
if we could actually build that out, it would be number 9 under housing and resilience, number 6 under sustainable service or service. 9 under diverse housing. Sorry, 9. I can tell it's late. My apologies. 9 under housing, 6 under sustainable service, 1 under quality of life, 3.
6 under quality of life. No, sorry, you're right. Just 1. Yeah.
1 under quality of life.
Yeah.
Together we're going to get this done. 3 under health and resilience. 5 under health and resilience. 6 under, which is recycling bins, which is under health and resilience. And 10 under other.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I will add that to my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion seconded. So we have that whole motion together. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those. Oh yeah, Councillor Zelka.
Make it quick.
Very quickly, I understand we talked about some potentially new metrics. Will they show up at some other time? Because they're not part of this motion.
For them to show up, they would need to be part of the motion.
Okay, well, let's deal with this motion first, and we can add metrics if people want to do that. Okay, so I'll call the question on this, and if people want to make amendments to add motions, so or metrics. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Does anybody want to add metrics to that? Okay. I will allow that for some future piece if people want to do that. So we'll deal with that. And the second half of that motion here is just actually we don't have any adjustments, and the metrics can be revised later. Do we want to have a motion that council directs staff to obtain public input and report back to administrative operational? Is that
I think I included that, didn't I? I did. I did the and further that. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. I think are we concluded then from a procedural piece?
So I.
Ms. Hopkins? Need to adjourn.
That's
All right.
correct.
Move adjournment.
Seconded. Before I call the question, thank you everyone. This is a bit of a difficult, long night. I appreciate all the input that went into this, and thank you so much for staff for all of the details on here. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. Thank you very much.